Before I start, I would like to thank Nick Story, Sean Wahala, Dr. Robin Kelly, Dr. Homa Haratner, Kepa Micah, and McQueenie Ruth Ty. These are some people who have influenced or helped this all come together, who helped get the word out that we were going to be here, who helped me focus on what it is I needed to talk about. Particularly the last, McQueenie Ruth Ty. I had breakfast with her 2 days ago. And we sat down and had a nice little meal together, I think somewhere in the south of here. I can't pronounce the name. Rotorua? Something like that? I know I didn't say that right, but you probably know what I mean. And in any case, after I had that little chat, I kind of thought about things a little differently, a different way to approach. So I went back and I tore up everything that I was going to say and started over. So that was just a couple of days ago. So this is new talk today, and not the one that I was prepared to give 3 days ago. So in any case, generally I just get up and speak, and I'm not too scripted, kind of make it up as I go. But because this is really fresh, I'm going to also have some scripting today, because I wanted to focus on, of all things, the topic that I'm supposed to be talking about, which is consciousness and the cultural connection. So I want to talk a little about how culture informs us, informs who we are, what we are, and how culture, in a way, can help save us, help us see a bigger picture, help us understand at kind of a larger level just what's going on and where we are and where we need to go next. And part of this cultural connection tour that we're on here is for me to kind of spread the concept that in the near future we'll have an opportunity we've never had before. Now, many of you I talked to last Sunday. How many of you were at that talk? About half, okay. So you'll hear maybe some repetition today, because that really is the core message. We have in the near future an opportunity that humanity's never had before to grow up. And if we're prepared for it, we can take some big steps here. Now we, humanity, can take some big steps very quickly. If we're not prepared for it, we can still take some big steps, but they might be backwards instead of forwards. We can miss the opportunity and de-evolve some for a while, but I think all in all, this opportunity, whether we back up, whether it's 1 step forward and 2 steps back, that won't hurt, because after that there'll be 3 steps forward and then 4 steps forward. We're at the beginning of something that will be seen, I think, in the future as one of the major events in human history. I think we're just not that far away from that. And when I say that, I mean decades, a decade, maybe 2, maybe 3. I doubt it'll be much more than 3 or 4, but that's still pretty near. So we live in very interesting times. And I'm hopefully on this cultural tour going to help some people prepare for that, so that they can prepare others, so that we have a higher probability of making the most of what's coming up. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about culture. Culture represents group consciousness. Okay. If you identify with a group, if you identify with any group, it could be, a smaller group as your family. That's a pretty small group for a culture. But if you identify with a group, with the people that you work with, let's say everybody that works with or works at, Mercedes-Benz Automobile Company has a certain shared attitude about what they're doing and who they are. All the people that work at IBM have a certain different way they look at the world. That's the culture there. It's called corporate culture. Corporations have culture. Nations have culture. Ethnic groups have culture. schools have a culture. Different schools have their own culture. What about the police? If you're a policeman, you see the world a little differently than if you're not a policeman. And the longer that you are a policeman and the more you identify with it, the more your view of the world is different than somebody who doesn't have that experience. So our experience gives us different worldviews. It can be ethnic, such as Maori, or American indigenous people. It could be racial. It could even be something as simple as a bunch of angry people. That's called a mob. And when you're in a mob, you kind of descend to the lowest common denominator of that groupthink. Everybody's angry makes you more angry. And a mob will act worse than any individual in that mob would act. They're changed. They're different. And then there's the opposite of the mob. There's the people who are full of love, full of caring. And when you're around those, you feel lighter, you feel better. You have more love, you have more caring. You see, as consciousness, we're all connected. We're all netted together. All conscious, not just us. Dogs and the cats and the horses, and the squirrels and everything else. Everything out there that's conscious is connected. You can interact with. You just have to have the intent to make the connection. And if you don't want that connection, you just have to have the intent to refuse it. Most of us live with an intent to refuse it. We don't connect with other people. We live in our own little world. It's us, and then there's the world. And it's kind of a us against the world viewpoint. We're all very removed from each other and from the kind of the bigger picture of what's going on. We tend to be individuals on our own little island going through life. Carl Gustav Jung, a famous psychologist, he called this archetypes. It was a similar thing. It was just a collective consciousness. And he talked about archetypes on the national, cultural, racial, and even at the human level. There's certain things that just all humans kind of have in common, the way they see things, the way they interpret, the way they are, the attitudes they have. There's human attitudes as well as regional attitudes. So that's the same thing, collective consciousness. Okay, but culture is a lot more just than traditions and language and style and dress and food and dance and all those things that we associate with culture. Those are just expressions of culture. That's not the culture. That's just the way we express it. And expressions can come and go. Expressions are not fundamental, and they're not permanent. Cultures are always evolving, always changing. And we don't see that. If we look at our culture, what's the culture here in New Zealand? Well, New Zealand has its own culture, its own way that people here kind of see the world a little differently from a different perspective than, say, people who live in New York City or Tokyo. Okay? But that changes. It's not fundamental. That's not really the root of culture. That's not what gives rise to the source of culture. That's just the expression. Okay. So it's interesting that people who live in and around, say, oceans are different than people who have lived in and around mountains, are different from people who live in the plains or in the deserts or in a small nation or in a big nation. People from small rural villages or big industrial cities. These are all different environments. And the environment is really the most fundamental thing when it comes to culture. The thing that drives us in all of our endeavors, and it's tied to all the things we do in all of our worldviews, is the basic criteria of evolution. And to evolve here, there's two major things that you have to meet if we're going to evolve here, and that is survival and procreation. Right? Those are the two biggies. So you mix survival and procreation with the environment, which sets the constraints on that survival and the constraints on that procreation. The environment makes a difference. And that's really the roots of where culture comes from. Okay. Let's see. Okay, culture also has a genetic component. Remember, the mind leads, or consciousness leads, and the body follows. So if you are a person that's been born and raised, so say, on the beach near the ocean, and so were your parents and your grandparents and your great-grandparents and on back, then you have a collective memory, if you will, not only within consciousness, but within your DNA. Because the mind leads, the body follows. What you experience actually changes who you are at the DNA level. Changes, the way your system works. It changes your central nervous system. It changes the way you interpret things. So we have this biological root in culture and the consciousness root in culture, and one reinforces the other. The consciousness leads the environment. That environment, if it goes back enough generations, can start to build memory and experience and ways of being into the DNA, which then makes it easier for the ones who follow to adapt to that culture. They're almost already adapted when they're born. They've got a lot of culture already in them. Not that they learned through their environment, but that came with them just through their DNA. Okay. So when you think about people being attached to their culture, it's not just learned behavior. It's not just habit. It runs a lot deeper than habit. So if your group that you connect to, and you connect to a lot of groups, you're in multiple cultures. We're all multiple cultural beings. Like I say, it could be your job where you work. It could be lots of things other than your nation or your ethnic culture. But we're connected to all sorts of cultures. But if your group, the group that you are invested in, the group that you feel like you belong to, and you have to do that, you have the free will. You choose to connect to this group. And when you do, you open yourself to that group's mindset. That's why after you work at IBM for a year, you start to look and dress. Everybody at IBM has to wear a blue shirt, has to wear, this and that. They all dress alike. And if you were to talk to them and you were an expert in typing people by just how they act, you could tell this guy works for IBM and this guy, works for a .com in California just by looking at them, the language they use and how they're dressed. It's that different. Okay, so if your group that you have joined in your mind, your intent is land-based or nature-based, okay, then that culture is going to be entirely different than if your environment is, say, an industrialized big city. Two completely different kinds of experiences and different sets of genetics for most part. Okay, a land or nature-based environment typically produces a deep culture that is not primarily self-focused because they're connected to the land. They're at one with all their environment. They and the critters and the water and the mountains and the trees and all of that stuff is connected to their survival. A little less to their procreation, but to their survival. And because of that, they see the world differently. They see the world as a whole connected thing of which they are just a piece of. And they are responsible in ways that they can for helping the whole to continue. So they're very ecology-minded. They're very aware of what's going on with the land and then with the trees and with the water and the critters that live there and with each other. You see, that's a land, nature-based culture, particularly if that culture's been there for millennia. Okay, you have a different kind of awareness coming out of that. Okay, that's a kind of the deep culture of intra-tribal cooperation, other-centeredness, shared responsibility, living in harmony with the environment. Okay. Now, there's no illusion that a person that has this kind of a land-based, nature-based culture, it doesn't mean that they're all going to be highly evolved beings of love. You know, I said that they have intra-tribal cooperation and sharing and caring. If it's inter-tribal, well, we know what happens often. They fight with each other. There's constant warfare and bickering and difficulties between the tribes or other units, even if these units are big, like nations. But within them, there's this bigger picture. Outside of them, back to, what's in it for us. So, but that does give them one important step up from the culture that was raised in the big city. Because an industrialized big city environment typically produces a shallow culture that is primarily self-focused. It encourages a little picture viewpoint wherein each human sees himself as an independent agent in competition with everyone else and everything else for scarce resources. His everyday life is disconnected from the big picture. He feels responsibility only for himself and what's his dependents, his children, his family. This environment, eventually, if it grows large, produces a shallow culture for everyone, okay? For himself. It's a self-centered, fear-based, generally arrogant individualism that pillages the environment and each other for personal gain. That's kind of the me against the world attitude that we tend to have. Us as a separate thing, not us as connected to each other, but us as, me and mine, and I got to watch out for you guys because you're liable to take some of what I want. So that's the difference between the culture that's land-based and nature-based and the culture that has grown up and taken over the world since the Industrial Revolution. Okay. Now, so we'll talk a little bit about these peoples. The people that live in these nature-based cultures, or at least have deep roots, centuries, if not millennia, of living on the same land in relatively the same place that it's had a chance to accumulate genetically. Okay, these people we call indigenous. Okay, there's the indigenous people. That means the first people, the original people who were there, the native people. But really, the subcontext of that is they're the native people that were displaced by a more dominant culture. Okay. Well, these indigenous people, well, here you have the Maori. We have in Northern America, we have we call them the American Indians, because when people landed there, they thought they were landing in India, so they were called Indians, but they're just the Native Americans. And almost everywhere in South America, even in Europe, you have some. Even in Japan, where the culture seems to be very homogeneous, you have the indigenous people who were there first. In Japan, it's just a little different. In Japan, it was the Caucasian people who were there first out of Russia. And the Caucasian people are kind of the second-class citizens there, those original people. And the Asians that migrated to Japan up through Korea, they are they're the dominant culture that displaced the indigenous people. So it works the same all over the world. Anyway, these indigenous people tend to belong to cultures that are connected to the land and nature because they were there for many, many, many generations. Okay? The land is in their soul. It defines them. It's the source of their culture. It's the foundation of their very existence. It's not just a habit. So it should be clear why driving such people off their ancestral land is so destructive to them. That's like amputating a part of their soul. It's disorienting, confusing, makes them very vulnerable. And of course, the more powerful culture offers them the comparatively shallow individualist culture of the industrialized city as a marvelous opportunity to better themselves. Wow, we're doing them a big favor. We're going to help bring them into the modern world so that they can partake of the bounty of our superior culture. See, that's the attitude that we tend to have. What we think is obvious, they can't process. It just doesn't make sense. What they think is obvious, we can't process because it's two different ways of seeing reality. You know, all of us live in our own reality, just individually. Even people within the same culture, they just live in similar reality. But everybody lives in their own personal reality. None of us share reality. Our reality is subjective. So then between cultures, there's a lot more difference between reality. And if you have very different cultures, you have very different realities. Okay, so that brings us then to clash of cultures. Cultures are going to clash. You know, cultures evolve just like everything else, and some cultures become extinct. Some grow and get bigger and stronger, and some wither and go away. As always, those who can successfully adapt will survive. Trying to maintain things as they were in the past is not a viable option. That's just not going to happen. Change is the only certainty we have in life. Nothing else is certain other than that things will change. Okay, so adapt or die is the ultimatum delivered by evolution. And that's for us individually and us as cultures. And for all the critters and everything else here, it's adapt or die. There are no exceptions. However, adapting can be very innovative and very creative. So there's typically a way out. Okay, the land nature-based cultures have been moving toward extinction as large viable cultures. You don't have indigenous cultures that are really big, viable cultures anymore. We have little subsets of them here and there struggling to maintain their existence. Hopefully, they will strengthen their core values and remain small, viable, big-picture cultures, a living challenge and a reminder. Okay, without history, the journey to the future is without direction. We need that history, their history, our own history. Okay. The dominant culture desperately needs an example of living in the bigger picture, in harmony with each other and with the environment. Okay, so there is an optimal pathway for these indigenous cultures to not only avoid the extinction that seems inevitable. They will probably continue to shrink. Their members continually to opt out and go join the more dominant culture because there's more stuff out there, better jobs out there, and leave that bigger picture behind. It's not easy necessarily for them to make that adjustment, but that's what's been happening. They tend to leave, the culture shrinks, the number of people shrink. And extinction is probably looking a little inevitable in the long run if we look, 100 years or so, or it gets smaller and smaller and smaller to where it's difficult to keep it viable. Okay, the land and the natural environment provide the forms, the symbols, and the challenges. They're the anvil against which the hammer of cultural evolution worked. The spiritual core of a fully successful big picture culture is the final product. Okay? The values, the love, the caring, the cooperation, the harmony, the seeing yourself in a bigger picture, the deep respect for all things, these are the core cultural values that need to be saved and cherished, passed on to those and passed on to everybody who desperately needs them. Okay, we in the post-industrial revolution cultures, we need those big pictures. We need that sense of caring, deep respect. So that's a step that we need to take. So these indigenous cultures have something very important to share with us, something to teach us. Okay, there's a saying that if you can't beat them, join them. Well, it would be a great mistake, I think, a great loss, if the deep, big picture cultures simply joined the shallow, dominant cultures of the world. Perhaps a fatal loss for humanity. A more useful saying would be, if you can't beat them, have them join you. Help them incorporate big picture, spiritual core of your culture into their culture. You see, this is what I would hope will happen in the near future. Instead of you becoming more like them, help them become more like you. By honing and then sharing high quality core cultural values, by force of example, the very existence of successful nature-based cultures could help the rest of us find our way toward a large, viable, big picture culture that we all can live in. It won't be like it was, hundreds of years ago. It's going to be totally different. Something we probably can't imagine. But whatever it is, we can approach it, even if it's the city, even if it's the huge big city industrialized, we can approach it with this bigger picture awareness of being connected to everything, you see. That doesn't have to only exist with nature. That's where it first came up, because that's where survival was attached to that land and everything on it, and that's where the instincts and the DNA grew to create that culture. But you see, we have to make that same transition. We in that dominant industrialized culture need to make that same transition to seeing it as a whole, not just us against the world. Okay. It's an interesting story. I'm going to change the subject a little bit. It's an interesting story how we ended up here in New Zealand. We had people asking, Keith and Donna, who run MBT events, they're the organizers of this. They'd have a lot of people say, well, when's Tom coming to New Zealand? When Tom's coming to Australia? When's he coming here and here and here? And it always was just too much, too big, too expensive. How could we possibly do this? So we just kind of, no plans yet, but maybe. And then out of the blue, Keith got an email from a Maori chief called Kepa Maika. And Kepa had read my books, My Big Toe. And what he found in those books was a Western physicist's, theory of everything that corroborated what he knew as Maori big picture culture. He said, this is what I've been learning. This is what we believe, but it's physics. How could that happen? How do you marry those two? So he wrote to Keith and said, I really want you and Tom to come and talk to the Maori, talk to my people. And I think what he was thinking about was that he wanted to introduce his people and the world to the ideas that these ancient ideas in culture, this attachment, this big picture, this cooperation, this caring, ideas actually had scientific, justification. It actually made sense in a bigger picture rather than just, well, that's what the ancestors told us to do. So he saw that as an opportunity to help both his people and the world in general see a bigger picture, one that these indigenous people already know to a large extent. They're already aware of that. They're already aware of the shallowness of the dominant culture. They're painfully aware of that. They're also painfully aware that their own culture is eroding and becoming more and more shallow all the time. It's another thing they're painfully aware of. Okay. So that's how we ended up here. Let's see, let me just get one page. Okay. So the concept of a MBT, that stands for My Big Toe. I'll probably say MBT a lot here, and that's My Big Toe. That's the name of the books, if you don't know. And the end of it, the toe, My Big Toe. The toe is a theory of everything. That was something that Albert Einstein started back in the middle 1900s to explain quantum mechanics and relativity, because he had the two new modern branches of science that seemed to explain everything had underlying assumptions that were incompatible with each other. The assumptions that are underneath quantum mechanics, one of those assumptions is an assumption that relativity says is false, and vice versa. One of the assumptions that relativity is based on is an assumption that quantum mechanics says is false, you see. So Einstein knew, and other physicists knew, that there must be some bigger understanding from which these two, quantum mechanics and relativity, were just subsets. They were incomplete. They both worked in their own area, but they didn't work together very well. It's hard to get them to interact because they just were kind of incompatible with each other. So there was something bigger, and he called that the theory of everything, because if you could have one theory that produced those two, then you basically had a theory that explained everything. Well, he worked on that for a long time. Came to the conclusion, he and others that were also working with him, came to the conclusion it had to do something with consciousness. But they just didn't have any idea what that connection could be. No way to write it down. No way to do math with it. No way to turn it into logic. They knew that was a fact because experiments, particularly the double slit experiment, told them that was a fact, but with no ideas how to go forward with it. It was kind of a dead end. And it stayed that way until very recently. Now it's starting to move off of that dead end and head off in another direction. And that's really what's going to create this big opportunity I've been talking about. Let's see. So that was the MBT Cultural Connection Tour. Okay, we wanted to meet Kepa's original objective, but we wanted to do it in a way that put the world's ancient wisdom, this oneness that the ancient wisdom had, into a useful context with both the modern science and technology of the coming information age and with the dominant culture of today that was generated by the now receding industrial age. The underlying theme of this tour would be to stimulate a cross-cultural understanding and dialogue about the dramatic opportunities for fundamental change and for an awakening of spirit and assimilation of a big picture understanding on a massive scale. You see, big picture understandings have been around forever, but they've always been on the margins. They've never actually dominated in the mainstream ideas. And in the last probably 200 or 300 years, that's gotten worse. They've been pushed further and further out into the margins by this dominant culture that was a result of the Industrial Revolution. But now we're at a turning point. We're at the next big thing as we move into the information age from the industrial age. And this is what we need to be ready for so we can take advantage of it. Okay, so when I talk about kind of a big opportunity, this is not some new age belief and suddenly we're all going to get a big plus up because it's now the age of, whatever. It's not that something is going to happen to us that we don't really have to do anything. It's not like you've been playing World of Warcraft for a certain amount of time and now you level up because you've just been there and had experience. We don't level up like that. We have to earn it. We don't just get it. We have to earn it. So it's not that we're going to get everybody's going to get kind of a plus up in their quality of consciousness, but it's an opportunity that we can grab or we can miss. It's not one that's just going to happen anyway. But instead of an opportunity that is, I guess, being generated by spiritual concerns, this opportunity is about using the weight and credibility of accepted science to facilitate the giant step forward in spiritual growth, in big picture awareness across a large section of humanity. Okay, such growth would represent a significant global increase in the quality of consciousness in the near future, a new attitude among the masses toward getting serious about evolving the quality of our shared experience on this planet. A unique opportunity that must be seized when it's ripe, an opportunity to make this world a better place in which to live and grow and thrive. Together, all of us, all of our cultures, together we can make a big difference. Together we can define the future and guide its arrival. Apart, we will most likely remain in the margins of our various individual cultures, waiting for change to come to us, or actively trying to advance our own regional and personal viewpoint to the world at large. That's kind of where we are now. Apart and unaware, we will find ourselves behind the power curve of useful action, unable to take full advantage of this global opportunity. All of the above gives meaning and some urgency to this topic of consciousness and the cultural connection. Okay, so let me define a little bit about what a big picture is. I'm talking a lot about the big picture and that indigenous people tend to have a bigger picture than industrialized societies. But a big picture is a deep understanding of the nature and mechanics of the larger reality. Now, of course, with indigenous people, their larger reality was just the land they had been on for a long, long time. So it was kind of a local larger reality, but it was larger in the sense that they were a piece of this. They didn't just live there, they were a part of it. They were connected to it. Okay. Yeah. That's why when they often get pushed off of it, it's such a disaster for them. Reminded of when the American tribe of the Cherokee got pushed off of their land, which was in the woods, in the mountains of North Carolina, out to the prairie in Oklahoma. It was a disaster. That wasn't in their DNA. That wasn't in their blood. That wasn't their land. And even if it had been adequate land with resources that could sustain them, it didn't fit. It wasn't their land. They couldn't live there. And most of them didn't. They didn't survive that change. Okay, so let's see, where am I? Big picture. The big picture represents fundamental being-level knowing of our purpose, of our existence, of love, of the core and significance of everything. The big picture provides explanations of how everything works. Physics and metaphysics, physical and non-physical, mind and body, normal and paranormal, objective, subjective, fear and love. A big picture is not only about an overarching theory of reality and existence, but also about making good choices in everyday life. It's about personal, spiritual growth, relationship. It's about pain. It's about happiness. It's about evolving the quality of one's consciousness and growing up to be one with the source. That's what I mean when I talk about a big picture view. And I wasn't surprised by Keppe's claim that MBT seemed to talk to his big picture as one of those indigenous people that were connected to the land and to nature. Not only from his experience, but probably even more so from his genetics. Okay. Yeah, I hear that a lot when I talk. I will have people at break times will come up and say, Tom, have you been studying Tibetan Buddhism? I studied it for the last 30 years, and everything you're telling us is that's Tibetan Buddhism. And I've heard that about Hinduism, the Vedas, Zen, Taoism, Christian Gnosticism, Islamic Sufism, Jewish Kabbalah, shamanism, the ways and beliefs of the Native Americans and South Americans. I've heard that not only about teachings like that, but also about books. Tom, if you read such and such a book, it's just, goes right along perfectly with My Big Tao. So how is it that this My Big Toe book can agree with so many things that are so totally different? The shaman, they become one with their environment, connect with, say, the wolf, and run as a wolf. Now, how is that the same as what the Buddha taught? You see, Buddha didn't teach anything. But actually, the thing is that all of these ideas and the philosophies express some fundamental basic truths. The connection between these ideas and My Big Toe is because each of these unique understandings find credible scientific support within My Big Toe's science of consciousness. It connects. Okay. I was as much surprised as anybody when, after studying consciousness for 35 years, trying to explain what it was I was able to do, the places I went, the things I saw, the information I learned, and how did that define consciousness? What was consciousness? And I finally got to the idea to the point where I said, I think I understand this consciousness thing. And then I was surprised that when you understand this consciousness thing, you pretty much understand everything else too. And it was good that I also was a physicist, because I soon understood that, gee, this is better physics. My consciousness research says this is the nature of reality, and I can apply that directly to explain why quantum mechanics works, why relativity works. It is that big picture theory that derives both quantum mechanics and relativity that Einstein was looking for, you see, and a lot more, because he only wanted to explain the objective world. He may not even have been aware of the breadth and depth and width of the subjective world, but it explains all of those worlds, objective and subjective, both. Once you understand consciousness, you understand all the rest. Now, I use that word conscious. Other people might use the word spirit, might use the word soul, might use something else as they're talking about this bigger, what is it that's bigger than all of us, that's beyond just this physical whatever? Well, that's consciousness in my lexicon. And it's often spirit and soul or God or something else in other people's lexicons. And that's all right. Using different metaphors is good. Different metaphors work well for different people. So I found, greatly surprised, because I had come with attitudes that were very provincial. I had come with attitudes as a physicist, of course. Materialism is fundamental to science. Everything is material. Materialism is basically a philosophy that says if you can't measure it, it isn't important. Anything that's measurable is real. Anything that can't be measured is imaginary. It's this kind of stuff that foolish people spend their time imagining and having hallucinations about, you see. That's the materialistic viewpoint. So I came from that as a physicist. It's called an operational definition of reality. If you can operate on it, if you can reach out and get it, that means you can measure it. If you can perform an operation on it, then it's real. Otherwise, it's not real, or it doesn't matter. It falls into the category of not important. Well, you can see what a narrow viewpoint that is. But that's kind of the core ethic. Talk about, we call it Western culture in quotes. It's not Western. It's the product of the Industrial Revolution. It's all over the globe. It started maybe in the West, in Europe, but it's dominant everywhere. That Western culture has that as its underlying value, that if you can't measure it, it isn't important. It doesn't exist. It's a hallucination. What a narrow viewpoint of reality, you see. That's the kind of the core cultural value in the industrial world. It's materialism. Okay. Now, but because my big toe is science and logic, it's inclusive. See, everybody can use science and logic. Atheists can look at my big toe and they can say, oh, yeah, I was right all along. There isn't any God. There's just this larger consciousness system. You see, and all these things. It's just a natural system, and it's evolving, and they feel fully justified. And the theists can say, oh, I knew it all along. Larger conscious system, that's just another metaphor for God. You see? So it doesn't draw boundaries. It's an open, it's entirely inclusive of anything. People relate to it from very different viewpoints. Whether you're a shaman or a Zen Buddhist, you can relate to it because people find their own place of comfort, their own experience within it. Okay. Let's see. Most people intuit whatever big truth they possess. It comes through their intuition rather than process it intellectually. And there have been, for lots of years, since the printing press started making books, there have been ways for us to access these intuitive truths, poetry, wisdom, ancient understandings. But we in the West, with our emphasis on logic and science and kind of left brain activities, we can't use that. You see, we get 2 steps down that path and we run into something and says, that's not logical. That doesn't make sense. So we back up and walk the other way. Right brain people don't have that problem. It doesn't have to be logical for them to understand it. They can understand it in a holistic sense, not in a logical sense, and that's okay for them. They can deal with it that way. They can learn it that way. And they know it's real because they know it's real. They don't have to prove that it's real. They know it's real. Left brain people, not like that. If they can't get there through a logical path, they can't get there because they're afraid if they did take that leap of faith that it takes you to go beyond logic, then they might as well, they might end up in a belief system that was nonsense. And how would you know? If it's illogical, how do you know what's nonsense and what isn't? Well, if you're right brain, you don't have to ask that question. You know what works, what's real, what's fundamental from what isn't. But our movers and shakers of our culture, the doctors, the lawyers, the Indian chiefs, the people who make most of the rules, pass the laws, and engineers, the scientists, the mathematicians, all of those people who are now kind of at the core of this modern culture of ours, they can't go there. They can't take that path. So the one thing that MBT does provide for them is a logical path to get to the spiritual, if you will. How do you get there with logic and know that you've not been tricked or fooled or in some sort of a belief system? So that's one thing it does. All right. Okay, what we now call Western culture, because it originally was a derivative of European culture, is a relative newcomer as cultures go. It coalesced in many parts of the world during the Industrial Revolution, but it's based on control, power, and economic production. Its focus is on the outside world, the little picture world of fear, ego, belief, of want, need, scarcity, and profit. However, it produced a cornucopia of useful machines and gadgets. Material progress and money mattered, while big picture characteristics like humility, unconditional love, morality, ethics, caring, compassion, cooperation all took a back seat to profits and to individual as well as collective desires for power and for control. The indigenous spiritual or big picture understanding that had been rooted in Europe and the Americas, Australia and New Zealand, was generally disregarded by the Europeans and eventually pushed into the margins of the larger society. Although the West's materialistic and militaristic intrusions into Africa, India, Asia were less culturally intrusive in the long run, life was never quite the same anywhere after material progress and goods became more essential to one's life than understanding and being an integral part of a bigger picture. Western culture, which is really post-industrialist culture that is all over the world and not just in the West, it has its own characteristics that when you attach to that group, Western culture, then you take on some of those characteristics. Okay. It focuses mainly on the little picture. It has unfortunately reduced big picture thinking and big picture knowing and big picture living from the everyday experience of most people. Okay. Only a thin, mostly intellectual layer of belief and tradition now meet the average person's need for a deeper meaning to their existence. Thus, it came to pass that a shallowly rooted, ubiquitous modern culture of doing that is centered within the little picture of individual material wants and needs and focused on the ego's desire for control and power eventually dominated and later marginalized many ancient cultures of being that were centered in the big picture of all that is and were focused on the relationship between nature, the source, and self. Without deep roots providing a bigger picture of reality, the energetic and sometimes arrogant doers and makers of the Industrial Revolution vigorously breathed new life into the self-centered religion of materialism. And during the 18th and 19th and 20th centuries, a newly arisen class of scientists became its high priests. Most everyone who could jumped on the industrialism bandwagon to share in its material bounty. Today, I think it's safe to say that materialism has more committed fundamentalist believers than all the world's religions put together. Materialism is dedicated to the belief that the little material picture is the only picture there is. All notions of a bigger picture, that there is more to reality than material process, are dismissed as gullibility and delusion fed by ignorance. Okay, so for most of us, that's our culture. And that's what we come from. And whether we like it or not, that runs deep at our core, just like the land runs deep in indigenous people's cores. Okay? That's just the way we are. Okay. Yes, if you'd like to see where that ethic and where that logic and where that belief, where that post-industrial culture takes you, all you have to do is turn on the news tonight, and you'll see the result of that belief. Because it's a belief too. It's not like, well, the indigenous people have beliefs and we have, science. It's not like that at all. Our science is as belief-based as any religion ever was. Materialism is a belief, not a fact. It's just a different belief. And to significantly change what you're likely to see on the news, if you were to watch it tonight, to change that, we have to grow up, both individually and collectively. That means we have to acquire a big picture understanding. Let go of the fear, let go of the ego, let go of the belief, improve the quality of our consciousness, grow spiritually, and this growth, change, understanding must be at the being level. Now, some of you might wonder, what is that being level? There's two ways that we interface with our reality. One is from our intellect, that's the intellectual level, and the other is at the being level. Now, some people would say from the heart. Others would say, from down here. But it's the core of your being, is what I mean by the being level. That's not that part where your intellect explains it. It's a part of you deeper than the intellect. It would include your subconscious. It's the core. It's who you really are. The intellect is often who you think you are, who you'd like to be. Okay, the being level is the authentic you. The intellect is what you tell yourself. It's generally dominated by your ego and your beliefs. That's what your intellectual level mostly represents, is your ego. To make good choices, you have to first see the possibilities and the oneness that connects us all, and live a life that expresses that bigger, more profound understanding. So you see, just having an intellect isn't where you need to go. That's step one. Step two is you have to live it. You have to be it. With this new understanding, we humans need to begin building a new invigorated cultural base at the level of human culture, not, industrial revolution culture or national culture, but at the level of human culture. Okay, and we need to build that base so that it reflects our connection and our oneness with the bigger picture. It has to reflect our common heritage and common purpose as individuated units of consciousness, not as Americans or New Zealanders or Maori or anybody else, but as human beings. We need to elevate the viewpoint up to the level of human. Okay, we do have a common heritage as humans in the big picture. In the little picture, we're all separate and individual and going our own way. That needs to change. So that's why we call this the cultural connection. But at the end of the day, I'm going to offer you a completely inclusive and open big picture view that could help all of us manage the cultural change at the human level that is about to overtake us in the near future. And to succeed, and by succeed I mean to avoid diverging into parochial, self-focused chaos, competing, in little picture subcultures. We need to be connected in a fundamental way across most of our planet's major cultures and traditions. So the core purpose of my talk today is to encourage people to become more aware of the bigger picture, of the oneness within the context of a most singular opportunity to significantly alter the course of human evolution over the next several decades. Now that sounds like kind of a big thing, right? Just over the next several decades, are we going to get this massive, it's like, what's that guy smoking? What could possibly do that? Well, the reason I have hope that we have this opportunity is partly because I'm a scientist and I'm left-brained. Actually, I'm very extremely left-brained in my logical process, but I'm also very extremely right-brained. I'm an extremist in both ends. It's the change that's coming, okay, is actually being instigated, is going to be developed by the scientists. And for the most part, I think it's going to be by the physicists, who are the highest of the high priests of materialism. Now, when I say high priests, I'm making a metaphor there. The high priests are the people that tell us what to believe. They define truth and falsity. They've always done that. That's the role of the high priests. 200 or 300 years ago, they were all in the clergy. Now they're the scientists. The scientists tell us what's true and what's false. And when they tell us, we nod our heads and we believe them, because that's part of our culture also. But it's going to be these same scientists that are going to help create this change to occur on a massive global scale. And that's the change that all of us together need to find a way to manage intelligently, to manage wisely. Okay, science has given us the technology we need to succeed. Okay, that's the internet. The reason that we have not been able, as a species, the humans have not been able to come together to really grow this big picture sense into the larger, into the mainstream, okay, into the larger populations, is that we've never had a way to connect ourselves. We've never had a way to cooperate. We've never had a way to really understand each other's viewpoints. The internet is shrinking the world. Our world is getting smaller and smaller from an awareness, from a consciousness viewpoint. We're seeing and interacting eyeball to eyeball with people from all over. Many of our best friends now are not people we've ever met. They're people we've never met anywhere except on the internet, you see. And we just started. I mean, the internet's only 20 years old, 30 years old, as far as it being a kind of a mass thing. It's just a baby. Well, the shrinking process will continue. And eventually, it will shrink us down to the size of a village, a family. And when it does, then we will have the innate connection that will make all of us one. See, in your family, in your village, everybody helps everybody else. It's not just about you, it's about the whole. There's connectedness. They all depend on each other. Everybody helps each other. You see yourselves as a part of something else. Well, when the world becomes a village because of the communications that we have, then you see the next step will be easier. As long as they're just strangers that live on the other side of the world, it's hard to care too much about them, you see, when we do it intellectually. But eventually, when we get smaller, it will shift from there to here. And then that will help. So you see, we have this technology that's now kind of pushing us in a more profitable way. Besides that, all these little bubbles of enlightenment, as I call them, people everywhere through the centuries have had the big picture. The big picture is not a secret. The big picture is available to anybody who wants to be open to it. 2,500 years ago, the Buddha said that this reality is an illusion. Well, that's no different than saying it's a virtual reality, you see. So it's not that MBT or I bring totally new viewpoint of what the world's like. It's been known for thousands of years because, like I say, it's available to everybody. And any of you can find out for yourself what this big picture is about. Your consciousness. You have the keys to the kingdom. You can find it all out for yourself personally, just as the Buddha did. It just takes openness and a desire to do that, and it will come. You see? So, always before, it's been local. And the major culture has always pushed it out to the side. And as it got out to the side, it couldn't really connect with others of its type. But now you see it can. Now it can pull us together. It's not that there's not many of us, those of us who see a bigger picture and think that big pictures are important. It's not that there's so few of us. That's true. We're not the majority yet. But if we all come together, there's a lot of us. And those that aren't on board yet, don't see big pictures and are committed, say, to materialism, they are and have been hungry for something more substantial in their life than what they're doing. It's not like they will say, no, I don't need any of that big picture stuff. If it's presented to them in a way that is palatable, in a way that they can process it, they will move toward that. Everybody has this thing inside of them that wants to connect, that wants to be a part of something, that wants to share, and it's natural that we feel this way. So all we really need to do is give people that opportunity to find that in themselves. And as this world shrinks and shrinks, it gets easier for them to do that. So that's one of the reasons that I think we are moving in that direction. Human race has been around for probably 1 million years or so. Probably have history and leave fossil records and things that go back maybe a couple of 100,000 years. But we've never before been in this ability to become family in a sense that we get connected like we can now with, say, the internet that's going to be around 20 or 30 years from now, and the level of diffuseness as it goes into the cultures. I mean, you see people now that you wouldn't think would be plugged in, and they are. Getting plugged in is a thing that's gotten deeper and deeper and deeper penetration into our populations, and that's just going to continue too as things get less and less expensive. So technology is going to help us out here. Let's see. There's basically a domino effect that I see that is about to happen that I'll talk about a little bit. Science is now coming to grips, physics particularly, is coming to grips with the idea that this reality is information-based. Their experiments are dragging them to that conclusion. It's not that they like that. They don't like that. They are going to avoid it just as long as they can because they don't like the implication. The implication, of course, is that this is not a materialistic reality. Simulated realities are not material realities. If this is information-based reality, then materialism is gone. And with materialism comes determinism. And when materialism and determinism go away, what's left is responsibility. Now you're in this world, and, why am I here? Who's the programmer? Where's it come from? All these questions that are basically big picture questions, spiritual questions, all start to bubble up once you get materialism, determinism out of the way. Then suddenly going to have a whole set of high priests saying, this is a virtual reality. This is based on information. Information, you see, is non-physical. Books are physical, paper's physical, and ink's physical, but that's not the information. It takes a consciousness to get information out of paper and ink. You see, information's non-physical. So if we're based on information, our base is non-physical. There goes materialism again. See? So that's what I see happening, and I see that this is going to, it's been, the last decade has been immense progress in that direction, and it's getting faster and faster. Every month I get a dozen articles that people send to me about scientists, various places all over the world, having experiments that demonstrate that materialism doesn't work and that this is an information-based reality. Scientists no longer see electrons as chunks of matter with charge. That's the way I was taught when I was in school. You had a little chunk of matter, has a mass and has a charge. It's a little thing, like a little ball there. It's a little piece of mass. Scientists don't think of that anymore. It's a point with the attributes of mass and the attributes of charge. That's the way you'd calculate it. That's the way you'd simulate it. And that's the only way that you can compute correct answers to physics experiments, is by assuming that it's a point with attributes. As soon as you say it has a mass, you get the wrong answers. Masses have momentum, they have other properties, and they just don't fit. So science is going there. And though they will drag their feet and deny as long as possible, that won't be that much longer. Decade and a half ago, when I first published these books of mine, myself and Brian Whitworth, a native New Zealander, and a philosopher from the UK, Bostrom, Nick Bostrom, and maybe a couple other people thought virtual reality was a good idea. Today, just a decade and a half later, virtual reality is a topic in all the physics departments all over the world, and not just a topic to be laughed at like it was, but a serious idea, and the younger people coming on tend to support it strongly. The older people are still dragging their feet. But as Planck, Max Planck had a very famous quote that he made, and he was one of the early scientists that produced quantum mechanics and saw the double slit experiment and realized that this was not a material reality. And his comment was that he said, "Science progresses one funeral at a time." So it's not going to be that slow, because even the old guys are starting to get it, because that's what the experiments say, you see. And it's hard to argue with a well-done experiment. That is reality. And though many are saying, well, there must be some other way to explain that. You see, that's what they said about the double slit experiment for the last 80 years. But that's kind of wearing out now as more and more experiments show that. So in the near future, science indeed will collectively come to the conclusion that this is a computed reality, that it's a virtual reality. And I don't see any way that that cannot happen, because that's better science. That's where the experiments take them. So even though you might not like it, it's going to get there. And it won't take that long. So it's a major idea now, a major force within physics departments. Probably, I'm just making a guess now, but probably 30% of all the physicists working in physics departments think virtual reality is a really good idea. 10 years ago, 1/10 or 1/100th of 1%. Almost nobody. That's a pretty big change. It's a sea state change in a decade. So in another decade or two, I see that big changes are coming. Or even if it's 3 or 4 or 5, that's not the point. 100 years is a very short time when we're talking about changes like this. So sometime, and I just call the near future, that's going to come about. And when it does, that's the first domino that falls. And that's starting to lean and lean. You know, it's just being more and more leaned over every month. When that falls, then that creates the second domino, which is, well, if this is a virtual reality, who and where is the programmer? Where does it come from? A virtual reality cannot create itself. It has to be created in, as Edward Fredkin, one of the earliest adopters of virtual reality, said, it has to be created in other. Other being other than inside the virtual reality. Well, that makes sense. Think of a virtual reality game, any virtual reality game. I use World of Warcraft because my son played that from about the time he was 12 to about the time he got a wife who wouldn't let him play it anymore. He played these video games, and World of Warcraft was one of his specialties. So I've had some hours logged just looking over his shoulder and watching him play. So I know a little bit about that one. Anyway, one of the characters in this game are elves. There's barbarians, there's monsters, there's all sorts of things, magic users and wizards, but let's just talk about the elf. If you're an elf, that's a character in a simulation, in a virtual reality. The computer that computes that game can't be inside of the game, right? The elf is never going to be able, in this game, to walk over and open a door where the computer is that's simulating him in the game. You see, it has to be outside of that reality. So if this is a virtual reality that we're in, that means the source, the computer, has to be non-physical to us. It has to be outside of this universe. Well, that's already a big step, right? Now you've just made physicists take, a giant step. And all they did was admit that this was a computed reality. Computed where? In other than here. Okay. Now, the other thing that's been causing physicists a lot of sleepless nights is consciousness. They've never been able to explain consciousness. Well, somehow, it's the big somehow, somehow a miracle occurs and the brain creates consciousness. That's because the scientist who's a materialist needs to have everything have a material origin, a material process. So then that's their answer. The brain has to create consciousness. But every time they try to figure out how that works, they end up empty-handed. It doesn't work. It doesn't compute. They go inside of a brain, they find neurons, they find little nerves, they find dendrons, they find all the parts, but they don't find anything that makes consciousness. It's all just material stuff, and of course they never will. That's like going into the elf's brain. And you say, oh, the elf has a brain? Well, it would be if there were elf brain surgeons. If you opened up that elf's head, the programmers have to put something there. So they'd put a brain there, and then you could go in that and see, but you're not going to find that elf's consciousness either, because a virtual reality, you see, has virtual brains, virtual bodies. That brain is just a bunch of ones and zeros on a computer someplace. How can ones and zeros on a hard drive have consciousness? You see, as soon as you say this is a virtual reality, the idea that your consciousness is created by a brain gets silly. It's a virtual brain. It's a virtual body. This body and brain is just data in a computer. It's no different than your Word document or your email. Is your email going to sprout consciousness? Not likely. It doesn't work that way. Ones and zeros on a hard drive don't start talking to each other. It's just information. So now we've taken another step. Not only is this a virtual reality, but the computer has to be elsewhere, and consciousness has to be elsewhere too, because you don't get consciousness out of ones and zeros. So consciousness has to be in some other reality frame. And then the neat connection is that in a virtual reality, you have players, the computer, and the game. Those three things. The game's just ones and zeros on a hard drive. The computer computes the simulation, and the player and the computer have to talk to each other all the time. So a virtual reality is really a data stream, a data flow between the player and the computer. The game itself is just what? It's your monitor with a lot of pixels. So you got 1 million pixels on your monitor, and each pixel gets a color and an intensity and a location. It's got 3 bits of information. And, well, 4, because you need 2 bits to locate it on the computer screen. So it's got that, and that's it. That's the World of Warcraft, is a display of information. And the player looks at that display and interprets it. The player looks at all those little dots of intensity and color and location and says, oh, there's an elf with pointy ears walking around. And oh, there's a river. And there are trees and rocks and monsters. And he sees all this stuff, yet his input is 1 million little dots, the intensity and the color on a screen. And he sees depth, he sees things, he sees action. You know, he fights with his sword, he falls down, hurts himself. All this stuff happens. His elf gets into the water and can't swim, his elf will drown. So he's got all this stuff that happens because the World of Warcraft has a rule set. You can't have you can't have a game without rules. Rules make a game. So you have a rule set. The rule set defines what can happen. It sets the constraints of what can happen. Your elf can only run so fast, jump so high, and if he flaps his arms real fast, he doesn't fly, because the rule set doesn't support that. If he stays underwater too long, he drowns, et cetera, et cetera. That's the rule set in World of Warcraft. So now here we are, and we say this is a virtual reality, then this body and this brain must just be ones and zeros. The computer is outside of here, and so is the player. Matter of fact, the player has to be in the same reality frame as the computer because they're talking to each other. It's a constant data stream between the two, and you don't send data streams across reality frames, only within reality frames. So the computer and the consciousness are in the same reality frame. So now where does consciousness come from? We see consciousness and the computer are related now, aren't they? They're kind of the same thing. They're in the same reality. So our first domino, which was this is a virtual reality, now has led us to the second, which is consciousness is the computer. And that we, not the body, we, the consciousness, are the players. You see? So it's just a logical flow. You get this single idea that this is a virtual reality, then starts spitting out these other logical consequences of this being a virtual reality. So now we have this idea that we're consciousness. There's a larger consciousness system that serves both as individuated units of consciousness like us, the players, and another part of that larger consciousness system serves as the computer. Well, what is that conscious system? The only thing it could possibly be, if it's a computer, if it's a player, it's an information system. It's a non-physical, outside of this universe in another reality frame, data system. It's what it takes to be a computer. And what is consciousness? It's a player, it's information. It's all about information. Information on those little pixels on a screen, information that get interpreted by consciousness. Without consciousness, there is no information. There's just data. Consciousness turns data into information. I have all this writing on this page. That's not information until somebody looks at it and reads it, then it's information. You see, it takes a consciousness to have information. So if this is a world, a universe based on information, it's a world based on consciousness. So you see how just the simple idea of it being virtual reality has a lot of logical consequences that once that first domino falls, the rest of them aren't far behind. That one will knock over the next one, which will knock over the next one. So then we have this if it's a virtual reality, then the body must be an avatar, the consciousness must be a player, and it all has to be non-physical. Well, that's a huge step for the high priests of science, the high priests of Western culture to take, because now they've just kind of let a big cat out of the bag that they're not in charge, really. This is a subset. There's something bigger and grander that's the superset of which is our creator, if you will, the body. This universe, this physical universe, is created elsewhere by something obviously bigger, smarter, faster, whatever than we are, because this is the subset and this is the superset. So now you've just opened, you've had the high priests of science who tell everybody what to believe, telling people that the real source is non-physical to us, that we're here, we're players. And the next question after, who's the programmer? That's the first question. Or I guess the first realization is that there is a programmer. That there is a programmer, there is a source. Well, in fact, our virtual reality was not programmed, it just evolved. It's not programmed. That's a very inefficient way to go about making virtual reality. The way you make it is you start with initial conditions. And in our case, that would be a ball of plasma with a very high temperature, very high pressure, small, and a rule set which says how energy exchanges between whatever it is you have. And then you push the run button and let it start computing. And when you do that, that ball of plasma expands because of the high pressure and temperature, and as it expands, it cools. As it cools, you end up with our universe. You end up with suns and planets and stars and all that. We've all gotten the Big Bang idea. So that's a simulation. And after that, it's a matter of evolution. Eventually, somewhere on the third rock from the sun, here in this little piece of the Milky Way, evolution produced us in a simulation. It's just a simulation now. And when we got to the point that we were capable of making choices that were interesting, an interesting character. You only play that elf because that elf can do things. That elf can interact in ways. You have to have a viable avatar before you get a player who wants to play. Well, when viable avatars came along, then there were players to play it. And why? Why would the system produce this virtual reality? Why would players want to play it? Well, we've decided that this is a information system. And we know, science knows a few things about information systems. One is that they either grow or decay based on the quality of their information. So that can be reduced to entropy. Entropy is a measure of disorder. If you have a bunch of bits and they're all random, there's no information. Randomness has no information. That's really the definition of randomness, is that it provides no content, no information. Okay, if you order those bits, now you might get information. If I order those bits, say in a pattern, that pattern contains information. Simple pattern is up, down, up, down, up. What's the information say the next one's going to be? Down, right? So the pattern contains information. That lowers the entropy of the system. Entropy is a measure of disorder. So when all the bits are random, high entropy. As those bits have meaning, have structure, then you have information, that meaning and structure. Now, if that meaning and structure is also useful in some way, or entertaining, or pleasing aesthetically, or whatever, then the information grows. It's more information. It's more significant. Okay, so information systems evolve by lowering their entropy. Everything evolves by lowering your entropy. Look at ourselves. We start from a single cell, let's say. Somehow we ended up with a cell. And of course, scientists will argue how that was. They'll say, well, you had just the right amino acids that had formed, and then a little electrical thing from the lightning and this and that, and they started something that was then viable, that could maintain itself, and that then turned into the first cell. But however that first cell got there, we can start with the first cell, and then we can derive everything else. All the plants and the people and the critters and everything then can evolve with evolution. So we start with single cells. These single cells had to learn a few things. They had to learn how to cooperate with other single-celled things. They had to learn how to create other single-celled things as they split into two single cells. But they not only could create those, they needed to interact with them, cooperate with them. And that they did, they built multi-celled things. More structure, more order, lower entropy. So you see, our evolution is also based on lowering entropy. And then those multi-celled things had to cooperate with other cells to create multi-celled things with specific parts. It's called differentiated organs or differentiated cells. So now you had a thing that had the locomotion part, like for us is legs, and the survival part, teeth or fangs or poison or something, the digestion part, the eating part. You had all these various parts. All our internal organs are all cells that are cooperating with each other. The whole body is a collection of trillions of cells that have all working to a plan that they cooperate with each other. And when any group of them stops cooperating, then it's called being ill. You see? So it's cooperation. Whenever you have cooperation, you have lower entropy, more structure. You've created something new, more information. So we can see why would how it is that a larger conscious system would evolve. It evolves to lower its entropy, just like we do. We evolve to lower entropy. It's just a natural thing. Evolution happens. Now, it's not that it has to be clever. It's just that changes take place randomly, and the ones that work go on. The ones that don't work go away. That's how it changes itself. You see? Eventually, in consciousness, you start with a consciousness cell, just like the biology. It's the same thing. You start with a cell of consciousness with a very, very dim awareness. And the awareness could be so dim that all it knew that it existed and that it could be in this state or that state. Just two states. That's all. That's a 1 and a 0. After that, it's just evolution, you see. And then it can evolve everything. And there is a new branch of, well, I don't know if it's new yet. There's a branch of mathematics that I guess I started with the term of process fractal. We know what geometric fractals are. You take a triangle, you put more triangles on the sides of that triangle, and then put more triangles on the sides of those triangles, and you just keep taking the same shape and building on it, and you end up with these very beautiful, ornate structures that are highly complex, and many times they have no end. You can keep building on them forever until you run out of computer processing space and function. So they just build, and they get more and more complicated and more complex. That's the nature of a fractal. But every piece of it really has the core of the information. If you look at any piece of a fractal, you'll find that little triangle. There it is. That's the heart of the whole thing. A process fractal is the same, except it's a process, And the process in this case is called evolution. Evolution works on something, and there's a change, right? This is what works, so it persisted. Well, you take what persisted, you feed it back in to the input, and it evolves a little more, it changes some more. Now here's what you've got. Well, that process is a process that lowers entropy. That's the way evolution works. The things that work are the things that are more survivable, at least in biology, right? Things that survive and things that can procreate. Well, that's a more complex system. So eventually you end up with things like us, and whales and dolphins and cats and dogs and all of us. Very complex systems, hugely complex systems in a hugely complex environment of interactive things. The animals, the plants, everything is interactive in this web of interaction. Everything's connected, but it keeps getting more and more survivable based on the environment, which is the rule set, and the constraints. So consciousness is doing the same thing. It needs to lower its entropy to survive. If it lowers its entropy, then there's more randomness, less information, and it can devolve until there's nothing. So you have an aware system of consciousness. It doesn't want to go that route. It wants to keep growing, survive, continue. So how does it lower its entropy? What's the optimum entropy reduction strategy for this consciousness system? Well, it wants to build, create, construct, right? More order. And the order is lower entropy if it's meaningful order, if it's useful order. Okay, so that's what it wants to do. And this then brings up two basic ways of being, that one is an entropy reducer, the other is an entropy increaser. And those two ways of being are love and fear. Okay, now, on the love side, remember, this is consciousness system we're talking about, so it's a social system. It's a whole bunch of these individuated units of consciousness interacting with each other. So it's a social system. If you have a social system based on love, it's based on caring, it's based on other. Love is about other, not about self. It's based on cooperation. What can I do for you? How can I help the whole? It's that big picture we're talking about, being aware of being a piece of something bigger, and that is an entropy reducer. That's on the path to positive evolution. Fear, on the other side, is just the opposite. Fear, you see, is self-focused. It's all about me. Well, I'd like this and this and this, and so would you, but I got it first, and now I got to keep it. Well, I'll get weapons, I'll get whatever I need so that I can keep it so you don't get it. And that's not constructive, you see. That's not cooperative. That's not building. All of that is high entropy. And if somebody does build up something, well, one, we're either very jealous of that because they have more than we do, and generally we find a way to tear it down. In our effort to take it for ourselves, we usually destroy it. You see? So it's hard to build up something over on that fear side, because as soon as you do, you're a target. Over here, it's the cooperative side. You got an idea, you got some creative input, everybody wins. Over here, you've got some creative input, an idea, it's mine. I'll share it with you for a price. Only if I get something out of it. You see, there's no sense of belonging to something bigger. It's only a sense of yourself. So those are the two sides, the love and fear. So now we have entropy, reduction being the goal of consciousness. And in the social system, it's just a bunch of individuated units of consciousness that can communicate, because that's what an information system does. It communicates. Well, that's like, my analogy for that is like this huge chat room. No rules, just chat. And what you're supposed to do is lower your entropy. Somehow cooperate. Well, there's no traction. There's no consequences. There's very little interaction other than just passing notes back and forth. You see, it's a very slow road to lowering entropy in a social system. So what does one do? One needs a way to communicate that does have traction for learning, that does have consequences, that does have choices that matter with immediate feedback. And if you are a information system, that's called a virtual reality. You start with initial conditions, you have a rule set, you generate, you let it evolve until you've got avatars that make interesting choices, choices that matter, choices that interact. And you know everything we do is interactive. There isn't anything you do that doesn't affect somebody else. Now, that's probably not entirely true. You could probably go into a room all by yourself and wiggle your little fingers, and it may not affect anybody else. But you know what I mean. Most of what we do, as we interact with other people, it affects the other people who affect other people. And all of those people affect other people. We're very interactive here. And how we are comes back to us. If we're very loving and caring and helpful and generous, well, that's what we get back. Because that's the way people feel about us. If we're very mean-spirited and we just use people and we're not nice, we're mean, we're very self-centered, that's what we get back. Because people don't like us, because we're not fun to be around. They only like us if we got a lot of stuff, and they would like to share our stuff. Okay, so you can see how this reality then was a solution to the larger conscious system. Create a virtual reality, let individuated units of consciousness log on as players, and let them evolve the quality of their consciousness. Let them lower the entropy of their consciousness through experience. It's a game, game of life, right? It's the game of being. So that's another logical consequence. So once we start with virtual reality, you end up with, where does it come from? It's non-physical. How does it work? Well, the consciousness also has to be non-physical, has to be the same. All that then is consciousness is the non-physical thing. Consciousness is a computer. And why are we here? To grow up, to become love. That's our purpose. Make good choices. So now, you see, all this came from the double slit experiment and all these other experiments that are pushing physicists to say this is a virtual reality. So when this comes about, when the high priests of Western culture, the dominant culture now all over the world, says this is a virtual reality, all the rest of these dominoes are just going to fall over one after the other, because even if the scientists don't want to go there, everybody else will. When they say it's a virtual reality, you can bet that won't be lost on everybody. The scientists will just want to say that and then quit there because they don't want to go to the next step, but they won't be allowed that. The people will take that next step. Well, then who's the programmer? You see? So that's why I say that once the dominoes start to fall, there's a whole set of logical deductions that aren't conjecture. It's not kind of made up with a lot of hypotheses about, well, it could be like this or that. It's just logic. It's just simple logic leads you from one to the other to the other. So if we're getting to the place in our history as human beings where we have an internet that can tie us all together so we can all kind of get this information, and if our science is finally taking us to the point that this is a virtual reality is becoming known, you see, in the next few decades, this place is liable to change a whole lot, or at least we have the opportunity. And we could go the other way. When the question goes out is who's the programmer, it could be, well, my God's the programmer, yours isn't. No, my God's the programmer, yours isn't, and you can see how this could get into a next bunch of religious wars, about whose God is really the programmer. Well, of course, that's nonsense. That's not the point. It's not even a programmed reality. It's an evolved reality. So that's the big opportunity I see. I also see that it's inevitable. I also see that it is the next step in human evolution. Remember that evolution, the cell? They had to cooperate for the multiple cells, had to cooperate for the differentiated cells with organs. All of this is cooperation, becoming something bigger, better than they were before. It's more complex, But that complexity is gained through cooperation and caring about the whole. Well, here we are as humanity. It's just evolution. That's the way evolution works. We're evolving too. And our evolutionary path isn't any different. We're here. We have to grow up and get to the cooperative phase. Then after the cooperative phase, we'll probably get like cell differentiation, organs, various parts of humanity that serve various functions. And eventually we'll become like one organism. No, we're not going to be stuck shoulder to shoulder with other humans and all grow into just one big, mass of whatever. That's not our way. That's not what we do. That's the way bacteria did. It's not the way we do. We are evolving toward that because that's the low entropy path that evolution will take. Now, evolution's slow, but it's also persistent. And we will get there. Eventually, humanity will evolve into a cooperative whole thing that is a much lower entropy thing than it is now. Be kindler, gentler. It'll be about other. It'll be about love. See, at our level, it's about love. At the cellular level, at the bacterial level, it's not so much about love as it is just about cooperation. Okay? Ours will be about cooperation because then we take the next step. And it's going to also be about love, about caring, about other, because we have these intellects. We have to have a whole being here doing this. We're not just protoplasm and cell walls and that sort of stuff. That's why it takes us longer. We're slow about that because we then take it to the next step. So humanity is going to get there. Guaranteed, because evolution is going to push us there because that's the low entropy solution. And we are evolving, by decreasing our entropy. So it's not even a matter of, hopefully thinking that someday, we'll all work together. We will, but that doesn't mean we can't go backwards before we go forwards. It's inevitable, but it's not necessarily soon. You see, that's where we have to reach out and grab this opportunity. Because when the high priests stand up and suddenly say that it's true that we're a subset, there's something larger and bigger than us, then that's the opportunity for us to grow up. To see consciousness as a computer, love is the answer. See? And if that happens, even within a decade or two, we'd be living in a totally different place. If the common person thought that what they were here for was to grow up and become love, they really knew that, rather than to grab as much stuff as they can and hold it for as long as they can, that would really change this place. And speaking of change, the only way you can make the world a better place is to make yourself a better person. Gandhi said, be the change you want to see in the world, but that wasn't just a nice statement. That's the way it works. The only thing you can change is yourself, and everybody has to change themselves. You can't make anybody else grow up. You can only grow up yourself. And if you think that the way you make things better is to switch this politician for that one and to, make this management more efficient and so on, it doesn't work that way. Those politicians, those corporations, all of that out there that's our infrastructure and structure, that represents us. That is the way we are. And the only way we change it is if we become different. When we become different, that government and those corporations will become different too, because after all, they are people as well. As we grow up, all our institutions will begin to grow up also. But again, it's not fast. So the way to make this change come about is to change yourself, to find that light, to find that bigger picture and live it, become it. So that's really the cultural connection tour here, kind of spreading this idea that this is coming, and if we're prepared, if we can work together, and there's enough people saying, oh, well, that's just the consciousness system, and love is the answer, and here's the logic that gets you there, then this will be a pretty quick and painless transition to a much more loving, kinder, gentler place. If not, we could digress into, my God's bigger than your God, or my God's, a better programmer than your God, or something like that. That would be silly, but we could do that. We could go there. So hopefully there'll be enough people that we won't go there, that understand where it's going. And we've got a lot of people, you see. There's lots and lots of people who have a spiritual orientation, who know there's something missing in their life, who are just waiting for something significant. A lot of people who would move here in a second if they realized that it was here, but they don't. High priests tell them that's nonsense. So in their mind, it's nonsense. So you see, this opportunity, it's not just like, it's the first time the human race has had this opportunity for this evolution, and this is its mission. This is what we're here for. This is the growing up we're here to do. So that is kind of why I'm here, and I suspect that's why most of you are here too. If you weren't those people who had a spiritual sense of something greater than just yourself, you probably wouldn't be here. You'd be someplace else, doing something else. So it comes full circle. Science, the beloved creator of wondrous technology, worshipped and revered by the high priest of materialism, is on the verge of substantiating and understanding the nature of consciousness, which is the fundamental source of both material and spiritual content, as well as the creator of the big picture. Now I'll give it another more poetic metaphor. The very clever but myopic snake of science has begun to swallow its own tail. When it has swallowed itself completely, it will be transformed into a more complete and effective science, and so will we the people be transformed into a more complete and effective people. No one will be untouched by what is inevitably coming in the near future. Okay, so coming full circle, science is in the process of creating the antidote to the dystopia it helped create with its total rejection of the big picture and its total belief in little picture materialism. Well, that's the good thing about science. If you wait long enough, good science will eventually take that microscope and examine itself for its own, to look at itself and its own motivations and its own beliefs. And I think that's where we're getting to. Okay. Unfortunately, today we observe science kind of kicking and screaming as it's drugged to that eventual self-examination by the force of its own experiments, by the younger people entering its gates, and hopefully by you and I and the people we talk to through the pressure of a growing, more enlightened population. We already have very large numbers. What we lack is vision, connectedness, and cooperation. It's toward developing that shared vision that I'm here today. Connectedness and cooperation have to be individual choices. So science has given us this, our first opportunity ever. Now that's kind of an interesting thing because, we blame science and now science comes around full. We look at the mess we're in and we, blame that on our very shallow culture that we've got. But without going through the Industrial Revolution, with all the exploitive dysfunction it created in the minds and hearts and souls of men and women, we could not have arrived at the Information Revolution and the potential to heal that dysfunction and then take us places not yet dreamed of. So in other words, it was necessary for the whole planet to persevere through a period of human, self-centered fear, greed, and arrogance before we could acquire the understanding and the tools necessary to someday build a kinder, gentler, global society based on love. We are now in the middle, approaching the end game of that transition. So it's not that technology has, destroyed our big picture indigenous cultures. Yes, they did that. And there's been a lot of misery created by the shallowness of this monster culture called, the Industrial Revolution that swallowed up the whole world. But it also has delivered us the tools to take the next step as a race. And I don't think we could take that next step until the technology of communication shrunk us down to the size of a village. See, that's required. We're not going to take that step until the new high priests have come to the realization that there's a bigger picture out there. Before that, there were just clerical priests, mostly all fighting and tussling with each other about, whose God was the bigger God and which one was right and which one was wrong. That's not very helpful. So you see, it's that Industrial Revolution that has given us the tools to move on to the next step. That's behind us for the most part. Now it's time to transition to the next step in our evolution as human beings. So that's what I see happening over the next couple of decades. Neat, huh? That's really a nice thing to think about. We're in a transition. We happen to be in this period of time where big things are possible. But we got to reach out and grab the opportunity. Otherwise, we could de-evolve for a while before we turn around and start going the other way again. We will turn around and go the other way if that happens, but it won't be pretty for a while. Okay, so all of that self-centered fear, greed, and arrogance, you see, was leading someplace. And it's like that in our own personal lives. Often, before you see the bigger picture, as we heard this morning, before you get the bigger picture, often that's preceded by stress. It's preceded by pain. It's preceded by all sorts of awful things before you get to the point that you realize the choices you've been making are not good choices. But you can't make good choices often without going through that process first. So what we heard this morning is now being played out again in a whole human race. It's played out all the time with individuals. They get to the, what do they call it, the dark night of the soul before you turn around and see. Sometimes you have to hit the bottom of the barrel before you know which way is up. Once you hit the bottom, there is only one way from there, and that's up, you see. Any change at all will take you up because it can't go down any further. So you have to look at that positively. It's not that technology is bad. It's not that science and, corporations and all the rest of them, they're part of the process. They're part of the whole process that is taking us to a place from where we can move forward, where we have the potential to move forward, not just in little cells of enlightenment in the margins, but for the first time ever, en masse. Because when the high priests say this is a virtual reality, everybody will hear it. The internet will spread it all over the world in minutes. It'll fly around the world. It won't be hundreds of years before it gets out of a local area. It'll get out of a local area very quickly. It'll be a big deal. See? Okay, but for now, pain and struggle is the way of life in most of the world. That's why we need to connect across all cultures, traditions, and belief systems. Not that we all have to sing from the same sheet of music, or all need to have the same ideas, thoughts, and attitudes and understandings. That's not only unnecessary, but that's undesirable. We don't want sameness. We need to preserve our vast diversity to keep us strong and healthy as a species. However, we all do need to have a big enough picture to care about, have respect and empathy for each other. A big enough picture to cooperate with each other, to find a better, more productive way to interact with each other. And until we let go of fear enough to find that bigger picture, with its all-inclusive common truths, pain, greed, and self-centeredness will rule this land, and it will rule us and all of our relationships at both the personal and the collective level. Okay, well, we've gotten through most of the big picture things I wanted to talk about before we got to the lunch break, and that was my hope that I would get to that point just before we went to lunch. So this afternoon, I want to talk just a little bit about making all of this more personal. I said a big picture isn't just about the big overarching thing of what's going on, in humanity and so on. It's not all just that. It's also day-to-day decisions, things that are personal. So I want to talk a little bit about that side of it as well. And then I'm hoping we can spend several hours in just an open discussion, Q&A. Gave a little talk last Sunday, and the Q&A was a little short. The questions were wonderful, had great questions, and we just ran out of time before we had to vacate the venue that we were in. So hopefully there'll be a little more time with it this time. All right, kind of trying to address the question of, okay, that's nice, but, what about my everyday life? What does it mean to me personally and individually, and how do I live this? You say live it. Well, what does that mean? How do you live it? The key idea here in bringing it to you individually is that you want to get rid of the fear. Getting rid of fear is the goal. But getting rid of fear is kind of a hard thing to do. Most of us have fears that we have no idea that we even have them. It's fears that are so ingrained, so much a part of us that they just seem like the way things are. It's not nothing to deal with. It's just the way things are. And finding those fears is hard. But fear is the source of ego, and it's the source of most belief. So if you want to find the fear, look for something that is easy to find, and that's ego. Ego is real easy to find. Your feelings, your emotions, the way you feel about things is a direct link to you at the being level. How you feel is an expression of what's inside of you at the core. How you then construct that feeling, the way you justify it, the way you organize it, now that's up here in the intellect. But the source is at the core of you. So look at those feelings. If you feel anxiety, if you feel anger, if you feel irritated, if you feel insecure, if you feel inadequate, if you feel, obviously frightened, but if you feel hurt, not appreciated, all those things are all derived out of fear. They're all what I call negative feelings. Feelings that don't feel good, feelings that are negative. On the opposite side, the feelings that are positive are joy, caring, peace, love. All those feelings are very positive. If your life is one of happiness and joy and positive and just whatever it is that happens, it's a joy to be a part of it, then you don't have much ego. If your life isn't that way, then you do have much ego. And most of us will come to the conclusion that we do have much ego. It's just the natural state that we're in now. That's where we are as evolving consciousness, is that we have a lot of ego. It's about us. Even if our intellect tries to convince us that it isn't us, it's somebody else, it's mostly about us. We tend to interpret things as being about us too. That's because with ego, you tend to be more self-focused, more self-centered. What about me? And all of those things are the problem. So you individually just look at your life and say, is my life just full of joy and happiness all the time? And if it is, then you're really doing well. But there's probably not many hands would go up if I asked if that was the way your life was all the time. If I said, is your life a struggle? Is your life a constant struggle, a constant effort to try to, get things right or get things in the way that you know they ought to be, or make things happen that are good things for you to happen, and you're constantly struggling trying to get along. You're struggling in your relationships. You're struggling, in your connections to other people. You're struggling with your boss at work. You're struggling with your spouse. You're struggling with your children. Everything's a struggle. If I asked for hands for that, how many people live like that? Probably everybody's hand would go up. Most people live a life of struggle. And most people have a pretty good quantity of pain that goes along with that. That's just the way we are. And we're that way because that's evolution keeps changing. That's just the level of evolution that our consciousness is here now. So if that is your reality, then first I want you to know that it doesn't have to be that way. Life doesn't have to be a struggle. It doesn't have to be painful. Those relationships don't have to be that way. And that a large percentage of that pain, of that struggle, of that dissatisfaction is self-created. I know that's a tough pill to swallow, that it's self-created, but that is true. Now, not in all cases. You see, we make our own reality in several ways. One way we make it is that reality is interpreted. Remember we were talking about the virtual reality and the screen, the computer screen with just dots on it, and we interpret that reality from those dots. Well, we, as consciousness, playing this avatar, we get a data stream. Just like to that monitor, we get a data stream, and we interpret that data stream. How we interpret that data stream has to do with our history, our background, our fear, our love, our experience. And everybody's reality is different for that reason, because nobody has the same experience base with which to interpret. Even if the data that you get is exactly the same, you'll interpret it differently. And however you interpret it, that is your reality. So you can change your reality just by changing yourself. You can change your entire reality. We have this idea that let's say I'm angry, then I don't say, I choose to be angry. I say, you made me angry. You did this, you did that, and that makes me angry. So what I do is I take all the responsibility for being angry and I put it on you. I say, you made me that way. But that's not how it works. If you're angry, it's because you choose to be angry. You could choose not to be angry, you see. But you choose to be angry because of ego. Your ego's just been challenged or bent or, abused in some way, and that makes you angry. So first is to take responsibility for who you are and what you are. If you're angry, it's your choice. If you're upset, that's your choice. If you're anxious, that's your choice. You could make other choices. And you might be thinking, well, no, I don't have any other choices. When they do such and such, that just makes me angry and I don't have any other choice. But what happens as you have more fear, the choices you have get narrower and narrower and narrower. People who are depressed people who are suicidal, their choices have come all the way down to just, there's only one thing going on in their life, and that's horrible. There's nothing else. No other choices that they have. Ending their life is the only choice they have left. That's the way they see it. But of course, there's lots of choices that they have. They just don't see those, because the more fear is in control of you, the smaller your decision space. That's a term of mine, decision space. It means all the decisions that you might make, all the decisions that you know about. And that's a smaller set. There may be 100 choices that you could make, but you're only aware of 10 of them. Now there's only 10 choices that you can make because your awareness is small, you see. And if all those 10 choices are all negative, unhappy choices, well, now you feel bad. But if you saw all the choices, you'd see there were a lot of positive choices in there that you just aren't in your space yet. So as you get rid of fear, your decision space gets bigger. Your choices get bigger. And to choose a negative choice, it's like, why would you want to do that? That just doesn't make any sense. You have more choices in that. So first, all the misery in your life, all the struggle is pretty much self-created. I say pretty much because sometimes stuff just happens. We're interactive. Sometimes unfortunate things happen to us and it makes us very sad. But if we don't have the ego, it does not make us angry. It can make us sad. Sad is a feeling that can go along with low quality of consciousness. You can be sad because other people that you're close to, that you love and that you care about, you see them hurting themselves. You see them doing things and acting in ways and being in ways that are self-destructive, and you can't change it. That's sad. So sadness is not among the negative feelings. It could be. But anyway, self-pity certainly is, and we do a lot of that, where we feel sorry about all the tough things that we have to do and all the hard decisions, and our boss just doesn't appreciate us, and our spouse is so hard to live with and makes such unreasonable demands, and we go on and on and on about our, woe is me. And of course, that's just the ego trying to justify itself in the manner of I'm right, you're wrong. I'm good, you're not. I make great decisions, but you make poor ones, this sort of thing. So we have to realize that the fact that we struggle with life is a sign of fear. It's a sign of ego. So take one of those struggles, take one of those negative feelings or negative emotions that you have, and trace it back to find the fear it's connected to. It will be connected to a fear. If something just makes you feel uneasy or anxious, you can trace that back and you'll find a fear. Something upsets you, you'll find that fear. And when you find that fear, what you do is own it. I say accept it, but accept it doesn't mean, oh, it's fine. I don't mean accept it in that way, but own it. That's me. I have that fear. That's a part of who I am. Because until you own it, then there's nothing you do to change it. If you don't get to the point where the fear is yours, then there's no way that you could possibly change that fear and grow beyond it. You have to first own it. And when it's yours, then it's also yours to change. But at least it has to be yours. Because if it's not yours, then changing it doesn't make any sense. So own it. Say, yes, that is the way I am. And that's called being authentic. Just being who you are. Whether that's pretty or whether that's not so pretty, just be however you are. And if that works for you, fine. But if that turns out to cause problems for others or for yourself, then you have to think about, well, how can I be differently? Because it's all about being. It's not about acting. Everybody appreciates it if you act kinder and gentler, but you're not going to grow up by acting. It only is going to help you grow up if you be kinder and gentler. If you have to think about it first, then you're not there yet. It's just a spontaneous being. So that's why this should matter to you. That's what growing up means. That's what we all have to do. And you can't grow anybody else up. If you want to help somebody else grow, you can't explain it to them, but you can offer them an environment that allows them to more easily grow themselves. And what kind of environment would that be? It would be a safe environment. When people feel threatened, they retreat, they get defensive. That's when you are threatened, you're not about to change or grow or whatever. It's all about protection, defense. That's not a growing place. So if you give people safety, then they'll have the ability to grow. And how do you give people safety? Love. When you're in a relationship where you feel love, that's safe. You can do or be anything, and you're still loved. Because you see, love is not conditional. You know, we talk about, well, there's love and then there's unconditional love, and that unconditional love is like the best kind, but hardly anybody ever has any of that. Unconditional love is the only kind of love there is. If it's not unconditional, it's not love. So if you can love somebody unconditionally, that gives them the safety to be who they are. Now they don't have to be a particular way. They can just be whoever they are, and it's okay because there's no conditions on that love. Once you give them that safety, they very quickly start seeing problems and issues with their own self, with behavior. Rather than blaming it all on you, that it's your fault, they start seeing their own problems. And as they do, they can change them. So that's how you help somebody else grow up, is you give them the safety, you give them the love, you give them the room to be wrong, to be real, to be authentic. Let them be authentic. You see? Now, the opposite of that is you have ways that you want them to be. See, that's the opposite. If you say, well, okay, we can get along fine as long as you are like this, this, and this. You see? You don't do these things, you do those things, and now we can get along. Okay, well, that is like trying to negotiate a business deal. Okay, now most of our relationships that we have, even with our significant others, tend to be like that. They're in the category of business deals. People get together because they meet each other's needs. I'll agree to be this for you if you agree to be this for me, that for me. I have these needs, meet my needs, and I'll do this to meet your needs. So you find somebody that meets your needs and you meet their needs, you fall in need. We call that falling in love. We call that, most people call that falling in love. What it is falling in need. That's what we mostly do in our relationships. They're need-based because needs are ours and it's all about us, right? Because we're self-focused and self-centered. So, of course, it's about our needs. And if we don't get our needs met, then the relationship is not successful. It's failing if it doesn't meet our needs. Well, the problem with that is even if two people find that they meet each other's needs almost perfectly, people change. Needs change. Business deals always have to be renegotiated. Things change. So then we have this problem where we love very conditionally. Only if you meet my needs will I meet your needs. My needs aren't being met, therefore I'm not going to meet yours, you see. And it very quickly unwinds and becomes dysfunctional in our relationships. If your love is it doesn't have any hooks in it like that, doesn't have any requirements, it's unconditional, then it only requires one, really, to have a good relationship, not two. It requires two to meet each other's needs, but it only requires one to love. Loving is a very singular thing. And if you just love, you will find that the people that you love in that environment of yours will begin to change. Love is a powerful thing. It changes other people. To give them that sort of freedom, that sort of safety, that sort of caring where they just know that that's just there for them, they start to grow up. They start to say, oh, I'm not being very nice to you. You treat me so nice, and here I am, I'm doing this, I'm using that. And then they start changing and growing up, you see. So that's how we change somebody else. It's not really going out and changing them. We change ourselves first, then we become the environment that lets them change themselves second. So that's kind of the approach that you have to take in growing up. So number one is change yourself. Get rid of that fear. Now, it's real easy for me to stand up here and say, oh, first you just have to get rid of your fears. Easy to say, hard to do. First you have to find that fear. Find it through your ego. Find it through a negative feeling or a negative emotion. Okay? Then work on it. And you're going to find it very challenging the first time you try to get rid of that fear. Let's say you do have an anger problem. Things make you angry. Well, you feel yourself starting to get angry, then you just stop it and say, no, I don't want to go there. That's not productive. Okay, now that's the intellect taking charge, right? That's the intellect telling the being level to cool it. Okay, that's good. So you can just let that go. But if you just let it at that, all you've done is improved your behavior. You haven't actually grown up any. So now you have to look at that and say, where'd that come from? Why do I have that anger? What's that attached to? Find the root of it and let it go. Mostly we'll find that the fears are paper tigers. They're smoke. When you really get to the core of the fear, you'll find that it's nothing. There's no reason for that fear. Oh, yes, when you were 2 years old, you were frightened to death by a big dog, and now you're afraid of dogs. You have a fear. And you're not only afraid of dogs, but you're afraid of other things too, because fears have a way of generating more fears. The more fear you have, the easier it is to generate more fear. The less fear you have, the easier it is to get rid of more fear. So you start any place, small place, little fear, and try to eliminate it. Use your intellect to catch yourself. Don't go there, the emotional reaction, and think of how else can I respond to that? What other way can I respond? And keep doing that. And you'll find that you still are triggered the same way, and it happens over and over again. But if you keep working on it, it'll get less and less and less. And eventually, 6 months later, a year later, 2 years later, it could take a long time, it's gone. And now a big weight's off your shoulders. You're a different person now. You're not the same person you were. You are now a different human being once you get rid of that fear. It changes you. It gives you a bigger decision space. You're lighter. Your life is better. Your relationships are better. So it's not just about science and a big overarching problem here. It's about how we interact, how we relate with each other, what's important and what's not. Most of us spend most of our time thinking about how are we going to arrange, it's another word for manipulate, reality to be the way we want it, the way we know is best. Of course, we know what's best. We know that what's best really for everybody, not just ourselves. And how can we arrange that? How can I make sure that my kids grow up, don't do drugs, have a happy life, do well? How can I make sure that happens? How can I make sure that my spouse doesn't do this or allows me to do that or whatever? How can I make sure that, and it goes on and on and on, and our life is lived in an effort to kind of materialize the present out of the future in a way that suits us. We want our life to be like this, right? Happy, healthy, whatever, 2.5 children, 2 cars in the garage, whatever it is that your culture tells you is a good thing to do, or whatever your friends do, or however you come to that. And we find that's why we're always struggling. Because when you're trying to make life be the way you want it, you're always going to be disappointed. Because whether you feel that way or not, you are not the master of the universe. And other people are also trying to make their world just the way they want it. So when you're hopeful that your kids are going to be like that, your kids have their own idea of the way they want to be. And if it doesn't happen to be the same as yours, now you're unhappy. Now you try harder, more pressure. So you keep working at it. And it's one of these things like they have in the old comedies where you have too many clothes to put in the suitcase. And the suitcase is too full and you try to close it, and a sleeve pops out. So you go over here and put the sleeve in, and then when you do that, something pops out on the other side. And then you get that tucked in and, something spurts out in the middle. It just doesn't seem to ever work. And in your mind, you're thinking, if I could just get that sleeve tucked in, I'd be ready to go, and something else comes out. And that's the way most people live their life, trying to make sure that things happen the way they want, but it never quite seems to work. If they could only get their spouse to stop, throwing their dirty clothes on the floor, if they could only get their spouse to do this or that, only get their children to pay more attention to their studies, if they could, and they try to engineer life to be the way they want it. Well, that is very self-focused. Life the way you want it. You want to arrange all the players on the board the way you think it's best, of course, for them. It has nothing to do with you. You're just doing this for them. It's not true. You're doing this because this is the way you want it to be. This is the way you need it to be in order to be not stressed. Because all these things being out of arrangement the way you want them, is bad for those people, and it stresses you. See, we can justify that it's not about me, it's about them. I'm just trying to help them out because, of course, I know what they should be doing and how they should be doing it, and they just don't seem to have any idea. So they need my help. You see, of course, they feel exactly the same way about everybody, and everybody feels exactly that same way about everybody. And you can see how now it's just this big jumble of people all trying to arrange everything to be the way they want it, and everybody's getting in each other's way, but mainly you're getting in your own way is the problem. So a better approach is, rather than trying to manipulate the future to be the way for things to come out the way you want it to be, accept things the way they are. Accept people the way they are. Accept that your children are going to grow up and be the way they are and who they are. And now, instead of trying to make it be the way you want it, you can basically just interact with it and try to produce environments that let them make the choices that are best for them, not necessarily the choices that would be best for them. And if they make mistakes, that's okay because that's how they learn. See? So we put the emphasis the wrong place. We put all the emphasis on controlling the future, and we put very little emphasis on just interacting, living, being in the moment, loving, giving, caring about others, and letting others live their own life and make their own choices. You see? And it works out better that way. If you just accept what comes in, all right, there's the future, here's the present, stuff comes from the future into the present, and my job is to deal with it. And to deal with it in a way that is love-based. Deal with it in a way that's helpful, not in a way that's controlling, not in a way that's telling somebody else how they should do it. So that's kind of a big thing, because most of us are caught in that trap of, we know best. So-and-so's doing that, and yeah, that's not good. They really need to do it this other way. Well, let them be however they are. And if you think that's dysfunctional and not right, it's okay. Let them be however they are. That's how they'll learn, you see, and that's how you'll learn. So just let stuff happen however it happens. Let go of the control and just be. Be authentic. Be who you are. Own whatever it is you are. If you don't like it, make steps to change it. If you do like it, fine, go forward. So if you live your life like that, you'll end up being a lot happier, and so will your relationships get a lot happier. Because you'll find as soon as you stop trying to control somebody, they'll stop trying to they'll stop this pushing you away, because nobody likes being controlled. Everybody gets defensive. So by trying to make that person act in a way that you know is best for them, you're actually pushing them to act in a way that's not best for them or you. You see, you're creating the problem where there may not even be a problem there. So mostly when you do this, you'll find it's almost like magic. You get to the point where you just give up control. I don't control anything. But you just interact. And if you see a place where you can be helpful, then be helpful. But telling somebody how to do it and how to live their life is not helpful. That's part of the problem. That makes them defensive, and it'll make them, particularly if they're a teenager, it'll make them do it any other way than the way that you're telling them to do it. Because they have to be their own person. See? But generally, even non-teenagers act the same way. People tell you how to live your life, you'll live it almost any other way except that. Because then they're stealing your free will, you see. You have free will choice. You don't want your free will stolen by somebody else. You don't want to be manipulated. So if everybody just takes care of themselves, grows themselves, gets rid of their own fear, is helpful to other people, well, that's the prescription for success. Then everything starts to change. Your relationships get better. People start growing up around you. You start growing up because they're growing up, helps you grow up, and your growing up helps them to grow up, and everything starts going the other way. And pretty soon the amazing thing happens that if you could control it, you couldn't make it any better than it already is. And you realize that all the time you've been trying to fix things and control them, all you've been doing is making them worse and preventing them from naturally getting any better. And that's why we live in struggle all the time. That's why our life is a constant struggle to fix things, to make things the way we know is best, you see. So that's the first sort of lesson that you get out of this fear versus love thing. You got to get rid of your fear. Now, what about the love? Well, you don't have to learn anything to be love. All you have to do is get rid of the fear. When you get rid of the fear, you are love. That's what's left. That's just a natural state of being. That's what we are. Get rid of the fear. The fear is what degrades it. The fear is what covers it up, makes it not work, you see. So it's just that simple, getting rid of your fear. Find the ego, get rid of the fear. Now, beliefs are another thing. Beliefs are a problem because a belief is limiting. If you believe that this is the way things are, you get information that's contrary to that, you just don't pay any attention to it. You say, oh, well, that's an anomalous point. It means something else. You forget about it. You blow it off. That belief traps you inside that knowledge. You can't get out of it. I call it a belief trap. When you believe something, then you're not open to anything else being any other way but that. So you need to let go of those beliefs. And somebody has asked me, is there any such thing as a good belief? And when I would say that in anything significant, anything important, I'm sure we could come up with some kind of a little scenario where a belief was helpful, but in anything important, no, there is no good belief. You need to know, or you need to be open to knowing and make an effort to find out. But just believing is useless. And I tell all my audiences that don't believe a word I tell you. Don't believe anything I say. Don't disbelieve anything I say. Either one's belief. Whether you disbelieve or believe, it's all belief. And it's limiting. It'll trap you. You have to experience it yourself. If it's not your experience, it's not your truth. If it's not your truth, then be open. It's called open-minded skepticism. Be open. It possibly might be useful information. Maybe so, maybe not. Rate it if you want. I think it's probably 35% likely to be good information. That's fine. But stay open to that number changing. And stay skeptical. I won't come to any conclusions until I get more information. I'll be skeptical. And then the information has to build. I go from 30% maybe to 40 to 50 to 60 to 99 to 98. And at that point, it's about as high as you're going to get. After that, you still have to leave it open a little. Very, very few things in your life should ever be a probability of 100% that this is true. Because you don't have all the experience yet. You don't have all the information yet that you have to make that judgment. So leave that open. That means you have to get good at living with uncertainty. See, people like belief because that way they get rid of uncertainty. And uncertainty is one of those big fears. We don't like things that we don't know. Ignorance will come up and bite us when we least expect it. So we want to know. We want to know this so we don't do it wrong, so we don't make a mistake. So we need to know. And if there's no way of knowing, well, then we'll just find a belief that says this is the way to do it, and then we'll believe that, and then we're done. And then we're trapped. So the fear of the unknown is a big fear that most people have, particularly in this information world. They're afraid they don't have all the information, the necessary information. And rather than just live gracefully with that uncertainty, they generally decide what it is they're going to believe, and then that's their story, and they stick to it. So that's another dysfunctional thing. So as you grow up, you get rid of the fear, and without the fear, suddenly you can relate to other people so much better. You understand them because you're letting them be. You're seeing them as whole people, not as, Joe who has these problems, or Susie who has these difficulties. You don't see them in terms of what it is they don't have that you'd like them to. You see them in terms that they just are who they are, and that's okay. And you can relate to them. And even people that you ordinarily would dislike or stay away from, you'll find value in them. There's some value there. And often they do things that you dislike just because you're doing things that makes them feel pushed or makes them feel uneasy. And when you stop, they stop. So it's kind of a whole, brave new world out there when you start working on these fears. And I run into particularly young men in these talks, and they'll come up and they say, "Well, Tom, as far as I know, I don't have any fears. I don't have any fears, anything that I'm particularly afraid of, and I don't think I have any ego, or if I do, there's not much. And beliefs, I don't believe anything." So they feel like they're sort of done. And I talk with them for a while and tell them about how to find those, find that ego, to find those beliefs. I hear from them 6 months later, and they're totally overwhelmed. They said, "I didn't realize it. Everything I do because of fear." So they go from, "I don't have any of that stuff," to, "That's all I am. I'm nothing but fear, interacting. All the choices I make in a day are fear-based." And that's kind of overwhelming. But then I hear from them like a year later, and says, "Life is great. All my relationships got better. Everything's better. My children are better. My spouse is better. Everything's better. I got a promotion at work." Things are starting to work for them. And it's just because they were dogged enough to stick with it and keep working on it. So they went from total denial to acceptance of who they were, being authentic, to changing themselves. And it takes a year or 2 or 3 or 5. It's a life's work. That's the other thing. You need patience. This isn't something it's like not a fad that you're going to do for a week or 2 and then let it go and go on to the next thing. If it is, you're not going to get much out of it. It has to be you taking your own free will back, not letting your fear make your choices. Let you make your choices, becoming love, interacting. Other people will be more that they can be if you're more what you can be. So that's kind of the nuts and bolts of how does this big overarching theory that lets you derive quantum mechanics and relativity, how does it affect me at the being level? That's how it's really all about you. That's where it starts. Conscious evolution is a singular thing with individual people. Yes, there's a collective consciousness, but that's just the sum of all the parts. If all those parts get better, the collective gets better. That's what I mean when I say changing that politician or that corporate leader doesn't change anything. Within months or years, it'll all go back just the way it was, because that represents us. We create this reality. Another way you create your reality is by your intent. All of you are really, powerful wizards and wizardesses? I don't think so. Whatever girl wizards call themselves. Wizarinis? Witches, maybe witches. That has a negative connotation to it, though. White witches, right? White witches. But, You're all really very powerful and you don't know it. Consciousness, conscious intent, modifies future probability. You can change what's going to happen just with your mind. You can modify future probability. Now, you're not alone. This is a shared space, right? We all live in our own reality, but we're all interacting with each other. So if half the people trying to make this happen and the other half are trying to make the opposite thing happen, well, then there's a kind of a tug-of-war there, and one side will be a little more powerful than the other, or maybe both things will happen. So it's not that you can just make anything happen you want, but you can influence it. You have the ability to influence what happens in the future with your intent. That's how healing is done. That's how people heal, with their intent, with their minds. They just create a healthier state. They manifest a healthier state to be in out of all the possibilities. This is a probabilistic reality. And there's a lot of things that could happen. And some of them are more probable than others. And you're just shifting that probability to the better health happening. Well, they could still draw the card out from the poor health end, but you've made it more likely that better health will happen. So there's lots of things that we can modify and change. There also are information databases in this reality. The Hindus call it the Akashic Records, but it's just databases that help our reality work. And you can connect with these databases. You can connect with the probable future, and you can connect with the past. And in the past, you have everything that could have happened and the probability that it might have happened, and that's what I call, the unactualized past. And then there's the things that did happen, and that's our history thread that runs through that. But you can connect with all of that. And it's a wonderful database. Accessing that database is like seeing a movie, and actually like a movie that you can step into. You can walk up and step into the screen and be part of the movie. It's that kind of a database where you can interact. You can talk to the people. You can say things and see what happens. You can go back and say, well, let's see, let's go back. If I hadn't forgotten my wife's birthday 6 times in a row, where would I be now, And you can see how that might have changed. And you go back to that point, and on the birthday number 6, you remembered, right? And you can see, what would you be doing now? How would it be different? What if analysis? You see, you can do that in these databases. So they're really nifty databases. Not like going to a library where you have to read things in a book on a flat page. These are be in there, interact kind of databases. And all that information is available. When people remote view, they're just getting data out of a database. That's how they remote view. When you go out of body, all you're doing is shifting to a different data stream. There's lots of data streams available for you to connect to, and you do that with your intent. Intent's the prime mover. So you see, there's a lot of things in this world of consciousness that are interesting, and most of them will become available to you as you get rid of fear. In as much as you have a lot of fear, these things are hard to access and hard to do. As you get rid of the fear, they become much easier to access, and they become easy to do. So going out of body can do that in tenths of seconds and have an experience still carrying on a conversation with somebody here in this reality. It's easy to do when you understand it and if you're not wadded up with the fear. So all of you are wizards and white witches, warlocks maybe and witches, isn't it? I don't know about wizard. I think wizardini is maybe as close as we can get. Anyhow, you have all this power, and you have the power to help other people grow up just by leaving them alone and showing them an example of what love looks like and what it is like to be loved. That's the best way to go through life. And everything else then will start to fall at your feet just when you need it. Talk about synchronicity. Your whole life will become a continuous run of synchronicity. If there's particular information you need or a particular thing that is important, there it is. It just falls before your feet. All you have to do is pick it up and go on. The things that are important are always there. The things that aren't important kind of disappear on the sidelines. So you start to live a kind of a charmed life. And maybe you know people like that who just are always smiling, they're always happy. Things go really well for them. And you know, the thing is that if something bad happens to them, you know, maybe they get in an automobile accident, or maybe somebody they love does, or whatever, they're still positive. They're still up. You see, that doesn't hurt them either because they accept that. It is the way it is. Now, how can I deal with it with love and with grace? How can I help the situation? You see, that's different. So when you're in that mode, even if something awful happens, it's not awful. It's okay. It's just part of life. And as those challenging things happen, it's a neat challenge. It's a challenge that challenges you to grow up and to meet it with a positive look and with a low entropy solution. So now life becomes fun instead of annoying. And that's really the main thing here. It isn't the big picture of, you know, the theory of everything. That falls out of it. The most important thing is what it can do for you as an individual human being, how it can change you. Again, it's all at the being level that matters, not up here. You take us all in your intellect, it's like, well, so what? That's not going to help you grow up any. That intellect, it has to come down here. You have to be it, not just think it. But one leads to the other if you have the desire to make that transition. So that is kind of, I guess, my second message that I come with, is that it's really all up to you as an individual. You can change yourself and be somebody else, and that somebody else is very likely to be a much happier, fulfilled person than the person that you are now. So it's worth the effort. All relationships will get better.
I think I've got boundary issues, Tom. Like, I've been following you for about 10 years, but I'm trying to work out what kind of a creature we are when we shuffle off this mortal coil. What is it we become? In other words, what I'm trying to say is, what is the quality of consciousness? Does consciousness have emotions and anxieties that this human body seems to generate, you know, with its with a nervous system?
Okay, yeah, the short answer to that is yes, but I'll go into more detail than that. Yes, the consciousness has feelings and emotions and all that because you're not a body. Your awareness is all consciousness. Your body's just ones and zeros. What animates you, you know, your thinking, your feeling, all of that, that's the player. That's the individuated unit of consciousness is playing your body. So yes, all of those things you feel are all part of consciousness. Now what happens when we die, or if we're going to quote Shakespeare, shuffle off that mortal coil? What happens is that, well, first of all, I talk about an individuated unit of consciousness. Okay, well, that's all of these things I'm naming now are just metaphors. The larger consciousness system is a metaphor. Okay, they're all metaphors. All we ever get is the data. We never get the source of the data. That's why it's important to always be skeptical. There's three sources of data. There's the larger consciousness system, other entities within that system, and our own imagination. And none of that data is tagged. It all just comes, and it's all data, and we have to sort it and interpret it. And there's no way of telling what the source is of anything that you get. Okay, so anyway, so I have this individuated unit of consciousness. That's us. But then that individuated unit of consciousness takes a part of itself, just a piece of itself, what I call the free will awareness unit, another metaphor. And that part contains all the quality of the individuated unit of consciousness, all the quality of it, all the lessons learned, all the fear that's gotten rid of, all the qualities there, but none of the intellect. It's all just out of the being level. None of the intellect. So it doesn't have any of the memory, just the quality. And that free will awareness unit is what logs on to that infant and starts a lifetime. That's the player. Starts with an infant, you see, because it doesn't have any of the intellectual things. It doesn't have the patterns. It doesn't have the memory. It's got to learn everything as far as its intellect goes from scratch. It has to know the difference between an apple and its mother, you know. It doesn't know anything. So that's where you learn to interpret data streams. How did you learn to interpret that a board full of 1 million little dots of light was an elf with pointy ears, you know, running through a woods, and swimming in a lake? How did you come up with that woods and lake out of a board full of dots? Well, you learned how to interpret the data when you first entered this world. You started seeing things. You started getting data from your senses, and you learned how to interpret it. You see, so that free will awareness unit now starts to interpret the world and learn how to make those interpretations. And that's the consciousness that you call your own. That's that free will awareness unit. That's your little c consciousness, the thing that you think's in your head or comes out of your brain or whatever. That's your little c consciousness. So your little c consciousness then is working in this world. It's making choices. It's here to make choices. And the quality of those choices make it evolve or de-evolve. All right, because it's attached to an avatar that operates by a rule set, it grows old, it dies. The avatar does, not the consciousness. Consciousness doesn't die any more than you die. And if you're a player of an elf and your elf gets beat up by a barbarian and dies, the consciousness doesn't die. It just finds another elf to play. So that free will awareness unit then finds itself suddenly no longer attached to that body, to that avatar. It starts to make a transition back to its individuated unit of consciousness. And the world that it just left starts to disappear like a dream. It starts to fade as it becomes reintegrated with its individuated unit of consciousness. Now, eventually that reintegration takes place over a little bit of time. It's not sudden. If it was sudden, you'd probably be startling and kind of, I don't know, it would be a more difficult transition to make. So it's a smooth transition over time. Okay, so now you go back to that individuated unit of consciousness. All that information that was in your life, the good choices you made that helps you evolve, the bad choices you made that helps you de-evolve, all of that goes back and gets added to all the other lifetimes that individuated unit of consciousness had. So all of those get added up. That individuated unit of consciousness looks at the whole of everything and says, you know, what we need next is to learn something about anger management. So next time we're going to have to get ourselves in a situation where that is easier for us to learn, something that challenges us at that level. And maybe the first step in that would be in a situation where your father or mother were always angry, because now you'd see anger from the other side, not just from the side of being angry, but from the other side of it. And maybe you'd be in a situation where you had power, where you could be angry and control other people, and you have to make the choice not to. It's hard to say. Just whatever the arrangements are would help you learn that lesson. And it may be 10 lifetimes working on that lesson, or 100, you see, before you get it. But that's what the individuated unit of consciousness kind of does that. When it's got itself then ready again, it takes another piece of itself, new quality, because it just brought in all this new information, right, that it got from you. So now it's a little different. It's not the same as it was. It's either a little more evolved or maybe a little less evolved, whatever you were able to do. It takes that at the being level, logs in to another avatar, and has another chance to grow up. So that's how that whole cycle works in terms of metaphors. So you do contribute to the whole. The whole's different after you're done. But your free will awareness unit doesn't persist. When it's done its thing, and now it goes back to the source, if you will, and does it again. So those are the metaphors of that shuffling off that mortal coil and picking up a new mortal coil and going that round and around. So now I've triggered a couple of questions as I answered your question. That happens. Every time I answer a question, I create 10 more.
Well, that's fine, but I won't hold everyone else up. But because of my experiences influenced by these people with these NDE accounts, and they say, oh, the first thing they feel when they let go of this body is indescribable peace.
Yes.
So what I'm trying to say is we are different when we let this shell go, and we do feel differently.
Yeah. Most people don't have the same, when their avatar dies, most people don't really have the same experience that the NDEers do. They're in a little different situation. But that experience that the people have NDEs, near-death experiences, is an experience that anybody can have. If you get in a good meditation state and you have an intent to understand, to feel, to see, and connect with the bigger picture, larger conscious system, whatever, you can, you will. And it'll probably change you. It's a very, very dramatic experience where you become one with it. You're no longer just you. You are everything. You're connected to everything. You feel that you are the grass and the flowers and the birds, and you can see every perspective from every angle, and you feel complete being, I don't know, what can I say, surrounded, buoyed up by, infused with love. Unconditional love. You're just part of this love thing that really is everything else, and that's the experience. It's a very nice experience to have, but it's not out of touch of anybody, and you don't have to have a near-death experience to find it. What happens when people are kind of pushed out of their body, if you will, in a near-death experience, because their body stops breathing or heart stops pumping or something, so they start this transition process. They're aware of themselves. They're aware that they were in this precarious medical position to begin with. So when they get to that point, it's kind of a, where am I? What's going on here? And then they have this question, what is this? Where is this? How am I connected here? And when they do, then many of them will have this experience. Some of them have negative experiences. Occasionally the NDEs are negative experience. That's a fear. Creates a negative experience. An expansive of, wow, this must be it. I'm home. That kind of an experience, that gets you the opposite sort of experience. But typically now, in a life that just somebody grows old and dies, they're not sitting there anticipating, typically. It just happens, you pass in the night or something. And in that case, you just wake up and you're suddenly not in Kansas anymore. Like Dorothy. You're just not in Kansas anymore, and it's like, what's this? Your old life starts fading like a dream. Like you can remember it, but it's getting harder and harder to remember the details, and then you basically, what'll happen is some other entity will come along and they'll say, over here, come this way. And you kind of say, oh, well, they seem nice, and you go that way. And, there's a whole transition process that basically is just hand-holding so that people don't get stressed, and so that it's comforting, really. Hand-holding and comfort is what's going on there. And, people see this tunnel of light, right? And the reason they see a tunnel is because they still have a belief that you can't move, or you can't get someplace without moving. You physically have to move. And the way they create motion is by having things pass them like this in a tunnel. So they have to have them moving relative to something in their environment, because that's just the way they think, you see. That's why they need this tunnel to move through. It's not that the larger conscious system is full of tunnels. It's not full of tunnels. It's just that people need a sense of movement to go to that being of light. So they create motion by contrast with their environment going the other way, you see. So that's why they have those experiences. And then they may go to a being of light, or they may be met by their Uncle Fred, who's been dead now for a decade, but who they were particularly attached to. And Uncle Fred may be there and saying, oh, hi, Susie, glad you're here. Thought I'd come down and let you know everything's just fine. Here, go over there, see those people, they'll take care of you. You see, and then Uncle Fred kind of disappears. All of that is just there to make you feel relaxed and at ease, because very quickly the dream fades. and now you're just here, and somebody over there will tell you, and so you go stand in line there. It's a lot of stuff to do that's just to give you time to decompress and let go, whatever. Eventually you get bored and you say, well, what's going on? I can't just stand around here and do nothing, and you start thinking about your next adventure. See, by then you're fully integrated with your individuated unit of consciousness, and then the individuated unit of consciousness then bubbles up another free will awareness unit, and off it goes again. So that's kind of how the transition works. That transition reality is just another virtual reality. This is a virtual reality. Your dream world is a virtual reality. There's lots of other virtual realities. There's other physical kind of realities like this one that are other virtual realities. So there's lots of that stuff that's there, that's available to you, and your consciousness. You're not a body. You're already out of your body. Your consciousness, you see. You're already someplace else. You're not really in this reality. Your consciousness is someplace else, and you've got the keys to the kingdom, because as consciousness, you can go anywhere in a larger conscious system. All you have to do is have the intent. The problem you have is that if you've never been there, you don't know what kind of intent to have. You see, you don't know what to intend because you don't know what's possible. Therefore, you just kind of stand there going, what's going on? And you don't go do much because you don't know what kind of intent to have. But that just takes practice and time, that eventually you'll learn what's going on just doing it a lot. So that's kind of the way it is. That's the dying experience. If you don't ever remember dying, that's what it's like. Now that's what it's like for most people. There's all kinds of extremes out on the edges and in the margins. What I told you is just kind of typical, the way it typically happens.
Tom, you're currently in the early stages of another book, Primal Man, Primal Woman.
Yeah, it's true.
And the question I have to ask might relate to some of the material that you're working on that book. And it's a question relating to worldly desires, specifically the male sex drive, and evolving consciousness. Is there a correlation between evolving your consciousness and experiencing diminished sexual appetite, but also worldly appetites in general?
Sort of yes and no. It's a little more complicated than just that dichotomy between those things. You have sex drive because you're a human. Your avatar is a human. That human avatar has instincts that are part of the simulation. Okay, we developed, we evolved, we had to survive, we had to produce babies, procreate, and that left us with some instincts of how to do that, without having to think about it. Okay, so that's just part of the avatar. That goes with it, just like having, 2 arms and 2 legs and a head, with 2 eyes and 2 ears. All of that is just part of the avatar. It's the way you are. So that's not it's like a good thing or a bad thing. It just is. Okay, now as you grow up, your instincts are still going to be there because you are still playing an avatar that has those instincts. As you grow up with consciousness, what happens is that those instincts that used to be part of your subconscious, let's say, Freudian psychology would be part of the id, right? Those instincts become more transparent. It's not something that just kind of comes out of nowhere. You are aware of those instincts. You're aware of all of that as just being part of you. Fact is that when you have no fear, you have no subconscious. You're conscious through and through all sides. You are aware of all of who you are, including your instincts. You just grow up. Once you get rid of the ego, and it's about others, once you are able to love unconditionally, you still have that same sex drive because that goes with the avatar. but the way you act on it, the choices you make around it are all different. So you see, it's not that the growing up then lessens the sex drive, and as you get more and more grown, you get less and less sexy. It doesn't work like that. The way it works is that you get more and more responsible, more and more caring, and more about other, and less about yourself. But instincts are instincts, and you're going to carry those around just because that is a part of the rule set with your avatar. It's just how you express them out in the world, you see, changes because you change and because now you have different choices. Before, when you were very self-centered, your expression was more grabby. I want, I need, it's sort of a gimme kind of thing. But as you grow up, it's not like that. You don't feel those I need, I wants. It's not gimme. It's still there, but it's part of who you are. Doesn't drive you anymore. You see, it's not a driving thing because you and your subconscious are all together one thing. Just like as you grow up, your intellect and your being level are all one thing. You don't have this separate intellect and this being level that kind of comes from some deep, dark hole somewhere and you don't really know what it is. And this intellect that does all the thinking and makes all the reality, all that merges. And you're just one whole person that can think and that feels and interacts, and you're just all one person, you see. That's because your ego's gone, and those beliefs are gone. That's what splits you into pieces, is the fear, the ego, and the beliefs. So that's the difference. The sexual drives come with the body and are not really a manifestation of the consciousness. And the consciousness just changes the way that those are expressed in the world and to other people. So we still are who we are. I'm 72, and even as you get older and older, you find that you haven't really changed a whole lot from when you were maybe, 30, 35, as far as, the avatar. You still got all the same avatar stuff that was there. Well, things don't work as well anymore. You're a little stiffer and maybe you lose reaction times and other things as part of the rule set. But all of your instincts are as clear, at 72 as they are at 22. Okay, next.
Hi, Tom.
Hello.
Well, since I have met some people around you that have been to workshops, and I think a few of them have been doing a lot of out-of-body experiences, some of them the databases, remote viewing. When the time comes for them to reincarnate, how is it going to affect their next reincarnation, their quality of consciousness? All these previous experiences, how will that affect their next reincarnation?
Okay, good question. And that boils down to, does doing these kind of paranormal things, remote viewing, out of body, all that stuff, does that directly transfer into a higher quality consciousness? And the answer is no, it doesn't. That's just experience. Experience doesn't help you grow up unless you take that experience and turn it into something valuable at the being level. You see? So you can do all those sorts of things. You can be a great remote viewer, you can go out of body, you can do all these things and not gain that much. Matter of fact, you can even backslide. You can get proud of those things. You can get a lot of ego invested in your ability to do those things. And now you're going backwards, not forwards. You're building ego rather than getting rid of it. So those things don't help you grow up, but they can help you grow up. For instance, when I was first going out to Monroe Laboratories and started doing the out-of-body and so on, I think I grew up because of it, see? But what I'm saying is it doesn't have to make you grow up. One of the things I first noticed was that whereas before I thought I was a pretty big wheel. By the time I started going out of body, I knew I was just a little teeny weeny guy in a really big space. And that's very humbling. And then I realized that this whole universe was just a little teeny weeny thing in a much bigger space, you see. And then I realized that it wasn't about what you know, that knowledge wasn't the key to the larger consciousness system. Love was the key to the larger conscious system. So you want to open doors in the larger conscious system, you open it with a love key, not with knowledge. Not like, well, I got all this knowledge, I've done all these things, I know what's behind that door, and I've explored all. That's nice, but that doesn't take you anywhere important. What takes you somewhere important is the doors you open with the key of love. So you can grow from those experiences just because you can experience so much. And most of those experiences will make you more humble, will make you realize that what you know, the extent of your knowledge and mastery is so, so small compared to the extent of your ignorance, which is so, so big. You know, that's what you learn. That's what you learn there. So if you take those lessons in and bring those into the being level, then yes, those kind of experiences can help you grow up and increase the quality of your consciousness. But if you don't, then going out of body is like riding a roller coaster. Wow, I did this and then I did that, and there was a six-headed guy, you know, and then he did this, and you can tell a lot of stories, just like going on a roller coaster in a fun house or something. You know, all kinds of things happened. Very exciting, but you don't necessarily learn anything. So it depends on your attitude. Depends on your attitude whether it's going to help you grow up or not. But you can grow up in the big picture. You can become love without ever doing anything paranormal, ever. It just gets easier and easier for you as you get less and less fearful. So it can, like anything else. And one of the neat things about dreams is that your dreams all come out of your being level, not out of your intellectual level. So the kind of things you do, the choices you make in a dream, that's you. That's you at the gut level. I can see the guy back there that asked about sex. He's going, uh-oh. No, just made that up. He didn't do any such thing. Did that answer your question? Yeah, if you have the mic, that's your lesson to.
Going back to intent, to create health, like someone has diabetes or high cholesterol or cancer or something like that, and this person wants to create health for himself or herself. How does that work? I mean, if karma is not the problem, because if timing is right, then this person should be able to do it. But how practically can this person achieve it?
Okay. Healing yourself or healing anybody else is a really easy thing to do. And we're going to talk about that tomorrow. I'll talk a little bit about it right now. What you're doing is you're making it more likely that a condition of health will exist in the future. Okay? You have to have a positive attitude. If you have a negative attitude, like, oh no, I'm sick, I feel terrible, oh, what if I die, what if this happens, what if it gets worse, I don't think I could stand any more pain. See, that's all negative. That's all focusing on the pain. And what that does is makes pain and poor health a higher probability, because now your intent is all wrapped around the negative stuff, you see? So you're creating negative stuff. You have to be positive. Well, I'm not feeling very well, and I just found out I had, whatever. I have a problem. You have to have a positive attitude, like, that's okay. I'll learn from it. It's something for me to deal with. I'll deal with this positively. You see, again, not worrying about where is it going and how to manipulate it, but just positive about it. I'll deal with it, and I'll deal with it well. Well, that's your first step toward healing, is to not be attached to the misery. Detach from the misery, accept it. Then you can even change the probability more in your favor by using your intent to be healthy. And that can be no more than just an intent that says, I'm going to get over this. I'm going to get better. I see myself now. I'm out, running or jogging or, playing with my grandkids or whatever you might want to see. Kind of see yourself doing that, and you're going to be doing that again just as soon as this goes away. Then you're taking that intent is now also adding to that probability of healing. So of the get rid of the negative attitude, have the positive attitude that you'll just deal with it, however you have to deal with it. Maybe it's this terminal, maybe you got something that's going to kill you. Well, if that's the case, you'll deal with it. How can I deal with this most positively? So what is it that I need to do? And if you have that attitude, you optimize. Now, it doesn't mean that you'll suddenly get better. This idea of using your mind to heal isn't like a magic trick. It's just that it modifies the probability. Now, when we heal other people or ourselves, we often need tools to do it, because most people aren't very good at just focusing an intent on an outcome. Their mind starts jumping around. They start thinking, well, what if this doesn't work? You see, now we're right back into the fear. Well, what if, I'm not doing it right? Or there's another way to do it. Now we're back into the fear. And their mind kind of jumps around. Or how can just thinking about it make it better? Is this like, a wish in the wishing well? Well, no, it's not like wishing in a wishing well. If you just make a wish, there's no power behind that intent. This has to be from your being level. You have to know. You have to have that I'm going to get well. You have to know that. You see, that gives you your maximum thing. And even if you say, yeah, I'm going to get well, but if I don't, I'll deal with that too. So intent modifies future probability. You can heal yourself. You can heal another person. Tools make it easier for you to focus your intent. Meditation makes it easy for you to focus your intent. Most people who've never meditated or haven't meditated very long, their mind stays in that meditation state for seconds. First time your meditation teacher says, well, just sit down, put all the thoughts out of your head, be thoughtless, no thoughts whatsoever. And you say, okay, gee, that's easy. I'll just sit here and, oh, there's a thought, there's a thought, there's a thought. Now I'm thinking about having thoughts, and there's a thought. And they find it very difficult to push the thoughts out of their head. As soon as they push them out and relax, they come right back. Well, that means that if you have an intent, your intent's like a half a second here, and then someplace else, another thought comes in, and a half a second there, and your intent's flying all over the place. It's figuring out what it's going to buy at the grocery store. When you go here, it's figuring out what your children are doing, what you should be doing, and your intent is just flying all over the place. So it's a weak intent. That's the second thing you can do, is to get all that noise out of your mind to where you can just take your mind and make it kind of a pure, quiet, still space and hold it. Because now your intent, at that point, has power and has focus. So people need tools to help them do that. Healers, you've probably heard of the term light workers. Healers often use light. Okay, so if I were going to heal somebody, first thing I'd do is diagnose them. And I'd have this intent that says, here's kind of a map of their body. Now, I don't have to have a photograph. It looks like a gingerbread cookie, right? It's just a general outline. So here's the body. And now I'd like anything that's wrong with that body health-wise, anything that's not good, I'd like it to be dark. And if it's really, really bad, I want it to be black as coal. If it's only a little bit bad, it can be gray. And anything that's really healthy, I want to be white. That's an intent. So I've sent a query to the database. I've told what's good and what's not good, what's healthy and what's unhealthy, and I specified to the database the output format that I want the data in. That's the black and white pattern. So see, I've made those intents. What I'm doing now is gathering data from the database about that person's health, and I'm having it displayed in picture form with the black stuff being unhealthy and the white stuff being healthy. All that has to do with intent. Now I see that black stuff. That symbolizes the ill health. What's wrong with them? It's just a symbol. It's another metaphor. So I take my light beam and I put my light beam onto that, and my light beam is just so bright that it goes in there and just turns all that black stuff to white. See, because I intended to do that. So my light beam goes in and gets rid of the black stuff. All right? All of that is just a lot of tools, a lot of metaphors to help me focus my intent on helping that person feel better or heal. See? So we're going to do some of that tomorrow, but all of this is a string of intents to do that, and they're tools. There is no gingerbread cookie. There is no black spots. There are no white spots. There is no light. Light is a metaphor. The light beam is a metaphor. I could just as easily put on gloves, non-physical gloves, and go take my knife and cut the black spots out. And then I could take those and drop them in a jar and put a lid on. And if I forget to put them in the jar, I just cut them out and throw them away. Now I might have a fear that I might bump into those spots. So now I could make myself ill because I'm bumping into spots that I didn't put in the jar, you see. You see how these things are? It's all just mind games for you to focus your intent, but you can make yourself sick with that kind of an intent. So because we have a tendency to be fearful, then you ought to always take your bad stuff and put it in a jar and throw the jar in the sun or do something. All it is your intent is that you're getting rid of it. See, that's the intent. But most people can't just say, all right, go, disappear, because they can't do that. If all they say is, okay, black spot, go, they'll say, well, that couldn't work. That was too easy. If it's going to work at all, it's got to be hard, and you got to really work at it. So they'll spend a lot of time, getting that black spot will come back, and they get it with more of that light, and they have to wrestle with it, and then after they're done, it took them 20 minutes or 15 minutes, but it's done, and they did the work. Well, all of that is belief that it can't possibly be easy. In the real world, if you can focus your mind, it's just gone. That's all you need. But most people, that doesn't work with them until much, much later in the process. In the beginning process, they need to start with ritual and tools and all sorts of things. So that's how you heal, is with tools to help you focus your intent. But really, the only active ingredient is consciousness. See, this whole thing's consciousness, right? This is a virtual reality. It's a virtual body. The virtual body can be in any number of states. From wherever it is now, there's 20 different places it could be tomorrow. There's a lot of uncertainty. As long as there's uncertainty, you can modify the probability. When there is no uncertainty or very little uncertainty, it's harder to modify the probability, because then it's called a miracle. If there's something certain and it wasn't, now that's a miracle. But if it's something that, it could, any of this stuff could happen, and then that happens instead of this happens, that's just the way it is, you see. So the fact that you're doing this with your mind is covered up in the uncertainty, so it doesn't show. And that's a rule that's called the psi uncertainty principle. There always has to be enough uncertainty as to make it, to provide, what's they call deniable plausibility. Plausible deniability, that's what it is, the lawyer term. That means maybe it never happened that way. Maybe you didn't heal anything. See, there's no hard way to tie you to that except statistically. And that's what allows it to work.
What is interesting for me, that I have seen miracle healings and I have done miracle healings. My healing sometimes works for people miraculously. Sometimes they don't even know. I mean, I have been in places that somebody was sitting in front of me or next to me, and she or he was in extreme pain. And without him or she knowing, I just brought my hand up and I held my hand behind his head or neck or something, and right away the pain was gone and the person suddenly sat comfortably. I never told them and they never knew, And I've seen it happen many times, but it doesn't work on myself. This is
That if it doesn't work on yourself, that is because you have that belief, and that belief is that it won't work on you, or if it did work on you, that somehow would be cheating, that you would be, that it's not a good thing or not a right thing for you to do that for yourself. It's only a gift that you can give, not a gift that you can use. And people feel that way, and of course when they feel that way, then that's true. They can't do that. But that's just it's a belief.
Yeah, I actually I thought it would work, but apparently it doesn't, or if it does, it's short term.
It will work. When you say you don't have a belief, that means you don't have a belief in your intellect. That doesn't mean you don't have a belief at a deeper level, that maybe you shouldn't do that. You know, it's not, you know, it's a gift to help others, not a gift for yourself. And people will have that belief, not necessarily up here, but in here someplace. And that's why it doesn't work. But it can work on yourself as well as anybody else. And, you know, it's just the way the reality works. You can also use the same tools to hurt somebody. You know, if you want to give somebody a headache, you can do that as well as take a headache away. That's what when they make that little doll and they stick the pins in it and do this sort of thing. Those are just the tools that are used to focus their intent on something negative. And the way that works often is that first you have to do something that scares that person and makes them fearful. Because once they're fearful, you now have a pathway to connect with them. Because if they fear you, that's a direct path for you, you see. So the first thing you do is you send them a little doll in the mail with its head cut off or something, you know, and you go boo and you scare them, and I'm a witch, I'm a wizard, you know, I'm going to do this to you. And you puff yourself up and try to frighten them. And once you frighten them, you have a direct link. After that, it's much easier to manipulate them. So you're only vulnerable through your fear. If you don't have the fear, you're not vulnerable. It's the fear that causes a problem. Yeah. You're welcome. We have somebody. Oh, yes.
Kia ora, Tom. Just something regarding the double slit experiment. How, when you observe the wave, it actualizes, and when you don't, the ones that aren't observed stay as a wave. How do you not observe something?
Okay, how do you not observe it?
Well, you know, like, how do you not observe it but record that you haven't observed it?
Okay, it's all about information. So if you're kind of twisted up between observing and measuring, it all is about information. Okay, so you have you do a double slit experiment, and you're going to measure what slit the particle goes through. Okay, if you measure that, then you have information here that says a particle went through a slit. Therefore, the larger conscious system will have to put a particle behind that slit because you've measured that one went through that slit, so it has to put one behind there. That becomes a probability of 1 that it's going to hit right behind the slit because you've measured it. Now, when you don't measure it, there's no information that says where that particle is going to go. You don't know. Now it goes through the slit, and it ends up distributing itself in a diffraction pattern on the screen. It's entirely different. So you're thinking of the in-between experiment where you look at it, maybe, but don't take any data. So you may see that you've gathered all the data. Let's say you have your measuring device. It measures all the data, but you never look at the data, so the data isn't actually here yet until somebody looks at it. Why is that? Because here is a virtual reality. Here is just data streams to an individuated unit of consciousness who then interprets it as this reality. So until it gets into a data stream of some individuated unit of consciousness, it's not in this reality yet. It's not interpreted to be in this reality, you see? It's not here. So it's our sense of this reality is real that tricks us into that kind of problem. So what happens, okay, we record it. Nobody looks at it. So it's never been put in anybody's data stream. So it's not part of this reality. And then we erase it. Okay, then we go look at the screen. Well, if we erased it and we look at the screen, we get a diffraction pattern. If we didn't erase it, if we just left it there, we still never looked at it, but it's still there, we could look at it, we're going to get 2 lumps there. So you see, it's not just a matter of looking, it's a matter of the information being here or being available to be here. So as long as that information exists, somebody could look at it and say, aha, particle went through that slit it needs to hit right behind the slit on the screen. But once that information's gone, a particle can hit anywhere. It causes no problem, no matter where it hits. And then you might say, well, if it doesn't matter where it hits, why does it always put itself in a diffraction pattern? Because it has that as a boundary condition. Scientists for 200 years before the double slit did optics. And they always got, when they passed light through two slits like that, they always got diffraction patterns. Okay? They thought in terms of waves. There are no waves, just like there are no particles. All those things are just metaphors. They don't exist. So we have this boundary value problem that we know that when light goes through two slits, you'll get wave pattern. So when you send light one particle at a time through slits, and there's no measurement, that little particle of light will just put itself in a wave pattern because that matches the boundary for the case where there's lots of particles. You see, so it's just a boundary condition that has to be met. So that's why the hex. But the key thing is there information in this reality? Once the information's in this reality or available, like here's the printout, it says what each particle went through what slit. As long as that printout's there, I don't have to look at it, but just that it's here and available for me makes the difference. Now you have to have two piles of particles behind each slit just because that's there. Because I could look at it, and if I looked at it and saw that they went through all those individual slits and I had a diffraction pattern, that would be a discrepancy in the reality. I got proof it went through this slit, but it didn't end up behind that slit. You see, it's a discontinuity in the reality, and the system won't let that happen. It keeps this reality from having discontinuities in it. So that's really how that works. It's the information that's the key thing. That's why we have what the physicists claim is a paradox called the observer effect. The observer seems to somehow create how it works. Well, the reason an observer effect exists is because this reality is created in the minds of individuated units of consciousness, or free will awareness units. This reality is created in the mind of consciousness. Consciousness gets a data stream, and then it interprets that data as this reality. Just like we get a data stream from the server in World of Warcraft, and World of Warcraft lights up a whole bunch of little lights on a board, and we interpret that as an elf running through the woods. It's not really an elf running through the woods, it's just little points of light. We interpret that because that's the way we've learned to interpret the data. So that's how our universe is made. That's how our reality is made. As it comes in a data stream, we interpret it. If it doesn't come in anybody's data stream, it's not in our reality yet. That's why an observer can modify the outcome of a double slit experiment. Because without that observer, it's a different game than with that observer. With that observer, he sees it going through certain slits. That's where it has to be. Otherwise, you'd have a discontinuity. So that's the observer effect. See, it's not a paradox at all. It's just the nature of a virtual reality. I have a guy waving his hand, but he doesn't have a mic. But he needs to talk really, really badly.
Sorry. But without the detectors, the double slit experiment would not be possible, correct?
Without the detectors, all you get is a diffraction pattern, even if you fire only one particle at it at a time.
Yeah, so the guys who designed that thing with the detectors, they put the detectors on and walked out of the room so their consciousness couldn't see what was going on. But the detector told them something passed through.
If they had no recording, okay, this will be another issue. Okay, it's about information, not about detectors. You see, if they had detectors at the slits and they didn't record any of the information, the detectors are just sitting there detecting, but they're not recording it anywhere. Doesn't make any difference. You'll still get a diffraction pattern. It's not the detectors that make the difference, it's the information. So if the detectors don't produce any information, then it's the same as if the detectors weren't there. They're irrelevant. Doesn't make any difference. So that way you can leave your detector detecting, just turn off your tape recorder or your, whatever, your computer that it's sending its data to, so it no longer collects any data, and suddenly your pattern will shift from 2 dots to a diffraction pattern. So it's not the detectors that's important, it's the information that's important. Where? Ah, right there in front of my eyes. Yeah, okay. Okay.
I have a question about if we are these individuated units of consciousness that are evolving through time, when we die and reincarnate, is that a sequential type of experience, or can we reincarnate into any point in time that might be beneficial to our evolution?
No, it's always linear. Time's always moving forward. It doesn't go backward. Now you have all these past databases, but they're just databases. The characters in those past databases are not making free will choices. They're just databases. Time always goes forward. So you don't reincarnate into the past. It's a good Hollywood theme, but it's not the way it works. And it's just like the butterfly effect. You go back to the past, you make a little change, and it changes everything up. That doesn't work like that either. The past is done. When it's done, it's done. Everything else then happens afterwards. So time, what is time? Time is basically a technology that was created in consciousness to provide consciousness with another whole dimension of order and construction and ways, sequences and things that made it more easy to lower entropy. Time is a 1 and a 0 that just switches back and forth regularly. It's a metronome, right? 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. You got a metronome, now you have a clock. So that's what time is. Now when you make a virtual reality, like this universe, time is it's a dynamic simulation, which means time is what runs it. You have this outer time loop. If you're a programmer and you program, you make models of things, you have this outer time loop. So what happens is at time equals 0 is when you push the run button. Then at time equals 1 delta t, one little increment of time, then it's whatever's changed. And then another little delta t, whatever's changed. So every delta t, you recompute how things are now according to the rule set. The rule set says that all these things with that high pressure are going to start to move away from each other because that's the rule set. Well, a little delta t, they're here. Next delta t, they're here. Next delta t, you see they're moving away. So that's a dynamic simulation. So our time in this universe is basically that outer loop of the simulation. And our time progresses 1 little delta t at a time through time. So time is digital, little chunks. But they're so small that we don't notice. It just looks like it's continuous. They're about 10 to the minus 44 seconds. They're so little. We can't measure anything, even halfway that small. So to us, it all just seems smooth. Just like in your simulation, if your simulation has a high enough sample rate, it looks real. That's what makes a movie, right? It's got 32 frames per second, and you can't tell that it's, all this little jerky motion. Every frame is a little different. And to get them fast enough that it looks smooth and fluid. So that's the way our reality is. So time is a fundamental part of this reality, but a different reality has its own clock. It's a different simulation. It's got a clock, not necessarily the same as ours. So all the clocks, though, have to go back to the master clock, which is in the larger consciousness system. Every other clock has to click no faster than that. Every other clock has to be a subset of that clock. So time just keeps going on, and the past is done, it's done. You can go back and visit it, do what-if analysis, but you're just now in a query in a database.
I was brought up in a very unscientific environment. And so I was taught to believe in all sorts of things, superstitious stuff, and fate. And I was always told, it's your fate that this is happening to you. Or, by the grace of God, you're getting this, or it's God's looking after you, and that's why you're getting this. Now, I want to know, since everything is information according to MBT, how does that work? And I always have a ritual of prayer. I do a lot of prayer. And from praying, I would hope that there is a God that's merciful and compassionate, and also, have the grace to give me the gifts I get. I just sort of trying to work out how it relates to information.
Okay, right. That's a good question, Sue. The way it works is that, as I said, we are pieces of this larger conscious system. We're subsets of it. So we have this larger conscious system, and we're pieces of it. We're pieces of consciousness. And what we're trying to do is evolve, because as we evolve, the whole system evolves. So as we lower our entropy a little bit, the whole system's entropy gets lowered that same little bit, because we're a part of that system. It's us, we're it. So we are the larger conscious system strategy for evolution, if you will. We get put in this entropy reduction trainer so that we can grow up faster than we would just in the big chat room. So there's a purpose for us being here, and the purpose isn't just ours alone, it's the whole system grows up as we grow up, because we are the system. Now, the system has a very good reason, a very good motive for helping us, to having us succeed. The system wants us to succeed because our success is its success. You see? So you have a system that is indeed helpful, paying attention, and compassionate. It wants us to succeed. That's, that's one of the, I guess that's one of the beautiful things about the system. That if you are trying, if you are growing up, if you're trying to go and get rid of your fear, and you are working on it, the system will go out of its way to help you. That's often called synchronicity. People who are stuck someplace, and then just something happens out of the blue, and they get unstuck. Something, they walk in a library, and a book almost jumps off the shelf at them, and they pick up the book, and just what they need to read. That's synchronicity, things just happening when you need them. And the system arranges that. There are people who are stuck in their materialism, and one day they hear the phone ring, they pick it up, and it's their mother who had died 3 weeks before, telling them, "I'm all right, I just wanted to call you and tell you everything's fine, bye-bye." And it totally blows them away, you see. And it wasn't so much that they needed that reassurance from their mom, as it was that now it opens up a whole new reality. A lot of people who have spontaneous paranormal experiences, they just have them to open up their reality. So the system is trying to work with us, and as much as we're open to it and make ourselves available to it, we'll get all the help. And that's what prayer is. Prayer is like meditation. It's an intent. And an intent, if that intent is one toward love, if that intent is one toward growth, if that intent has something to do with helping and being part of the solution rather than being part of the problem, then if the system can arrange that, if it looks like if that happened, it would be good. Entropy would be lowered, people would be happier, then the system can do that. So yes, prayer works just like meditation and intent works. It's all part of the same thing. It's an intent, and yes, that intent is heard and listened to in the sense that if it's a growth intent. Now, if the intent is, boy, I sure wish somebody would give me a lot of money. I'm tired of working. Somebody just walk up to me and give me a lot of money, that'd be great. Well, that's not an intent. That's on the path to becoming love, you see. That's on the path to becoming ego. So the system isn't going to go out of its way to feed that. So that's why prayer works, and that's why intent works. Both of them are modifying future probability, and both of them, if they look like it's going to be a low entropy move, the larger conscious system will support it as well. So when you go out of body, or when you just meditate, while you're in that meditative state, you can say, where you're focused because your mind isn't jumping around, you can say things like, system, help me grow up. I'd like to know, where my next step should be. How should I approach growth? How should I approach fear at this point? And then just be quiet and open, and you'll get an answer. It won't always be words. Sometimes it's signs, You'll get things that will happen to show you what that answer is. But I caution you, if you're going to do that sort of thing, sometimes people, particularly young people, particularly young males, if you tell them that, first thing they do is they say, okay, I'm ready to learn, sock it to me, give me just blast me out of here, I'm ready to go and change and do this, so and then they regret ever having said that, because the system does exactly what they ask for. And then they're moaning and groaning because it's so hard, and why me, and the rest of it. They weren't ready. They weren't serious. They didn't understand.
Is there any time when it's not initiated by you that the system?
Yes. Yeah, if the system just thinks that you could benefit by something happening to you, you get that. That's what's called synchronicity. It just happens. What you need just comes to you as you need it. The system will do that. It's a very helpful system. You don't have to ask, but the system is not going to spend a lot of its effort nudging people who don't want to learn, who don't want to grow, who aren't open to it. So if you're open to it, and particularly if you ask for it, then you'll get it. But if you're not, you see, some people just won't get it. Even if something just real dramatic happens to them, they'll just brush it off. Oh, it was my imagination, or this or that, or it doesn't mean anything, or that must not have happened. That would be insane. They deny it. They do all kinds of things. Well, if you're that kind of person, that would be probably one of these committed materialists. There isn't any point in giving you those kinds of nudges or that synchronicity. So some people go through a life and never have anything like synchronicity happening to them. They never have that book jumps out just as they need it. None of that is in their life because they're not open to it. They're not ready for it. They can't learn from it. But as long as you're open and ready and can learn from it, the system will give you everything that you can handle and everything that you need. Now, sometimes what you need to grow up isn't exactly what feels good. Sometimes what you need to grow up, is a sharp whack, like mom and dad used to give a long time ago. That helps you grow up sometimes. And sometimes you'll get a hard whack. But if you realize the source of that whack, then you'll realize that it is a growing moment for you, and you can come out of that better than you were before. And then you'll look back on it and you'll say, wow, I'm glad that happened, even though it might have been painful at the time. So yes, things can happen without you having to ask for it. They happen quicker and more certainly if you do ask for them. But be careful what you ask for, because you're very likely to get it. And unintended consequences, are sometimes a little rough for people who ask for more than they're really ready to give. If you're sitting there with a lot of fear and a lot of ego, and you ask for, you want the whole treatment, well, you'll get the whole treatment, and you won't like it. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Hi, Tom. Thanks for coming to New Zealand to bless us with your presence. The individuated unit of consciousness, when it's rendered obsolete, meaning like somebody with dementia, for instance, or someone who can't function properly in a mental sort of capacity, What's left for them in this reality? Then what are they here? What becomes their purpose, and for them to do for the rest of their time on this planet?
Okay. And we're not really talking about the individuated unit of consciousness that gets demented. The consciousness is still fine. What happens to those people is that their avatar starts collecting limitations. You know, like if I break a leg, then this avatar now has limitations. I got to drop out of the marathon because it's hard to do with one leg, so that I get more and more limited. Well, as the brain, you know, it's a simulated brain, it's a virtual brain, but if it deteriorates or gets hit with a heavy club or something, it creates constraints. And the consciousness can only work with those constraints, and those constraints can get serious to the point that, you know, the person can't really respond much at all. And you're asking, when it gets to the point that they can't respond, what's the point? Yeah, well, there's a couple of points. One, if they are still aware, inside their mind, they may be fully cogent. They may be more aware than you think. They just can't express it. Maybe they can't, maybe they're totally paralyzed. They can't blink their eyes. They can't do anything. They're just there. It doesn't mean that they aren't the same as they were before as far as thought space goes. They just can no longer interact. Their avatar is dysfunctional. So that's one thing. The mind could be better than you think. It's just that the avatar, I mean the conscious, just can no longer get the avatar to do what they want. The second thing is, it's not just about them. It's about everybody that's connected to them. It's everybody else is involved. So a lot of times, a person in that state, let's say somebody gets in an accident and they like a vegetable. They're brain dead. You know, they put the EEG on them and it's just a flat line. There's nothing really going on in there. But you can keep them alive with tubes and lung machines and that kind of stuff. And then you say, well, what's the point? Well, as far as that consciousness playing that character, there's not much point because they're not making choices anymore. So the point there is gone. But there's a lot of other people making choices around that. The choice to take them off the ventilator or not, you know, the choice that the doctors make, that the family makes, that, you know, and the people that are connected to that family know that this family is making, and you work that circle out, there's probably 20 or 30 or 40 people that are aware of the situation that have choices to make, and those choices are often very deep choices, you know, to take somebody, particularly if that somebody is your 12-year-old child, off a ventilator. You know, the choices can be horrific, but you have to make these choices. So it offers choice to others, which would be some value.
That was my second part to that, is what happens to the caregivers of that sort of situation.
Yeah.
Does it affect more, I mean, obviously it affects both of them, but does it affect more the caregiver's side of mental state, their consciousness level?
Yes, it's basically, if we're talking about a person that's like a vegetable, they're gone actually. That individuated unit of consciousness has moved on. They're not even there anymore. So, you know, when I talk about this, this individuated unit of consciousness, other people say soul, other people say spirit, but it's just not there. It's gone already. So the body's just an avatar that's being kept alive by the rule set. That's all. So there's no, the original consciousness has gone on to something else. It's not just going to sit there in something that it can't make any decisions in. So by that time, even though the body's still moving around, the consciousness that animated it is already left. So we don't call that dead, but it's unanimated. Okay, in that case, it's all for a couple of reasons. There's decisions, let's say, of the doctors to keep that body alive. Okay, now they have to deal with that decision. When they do that, they create a lot of other decisions that have to be made. See, it blossoms. And as those other people create decisions, let's say the parents or the survivors or whatever, they have to make decisions. And maybe they decide to keep that body alive. Well, that affects other people. It affects resources. It affects the hospital staff. You know, there's lots of people get involved in that all have to make decisions around it. And those decisions are made for various reasons. If they're made for self-serving reasons. Oh, hey, let's just keep them alive. A hospital will make a lot more money that way. You say, if that'd be a very self-serving reason to keep them alive, it's because it generates cash flow. Okay, there may be another one is just that you're so attached to them that you can't let go. Well, it's not about them, it's about you. It's about your ego and your needs. And because of your ego and your needs, you're causing something else to happen that affects a lot of other people. So there could be lots of things there, decisions that can be made that are high road, that are love-based, and those that are greed-based or self-based or pity-based or ego-based. So lots of people have chances to learn and grow from that. What's really important here? Let's make a good choice for the whole. And so yes, that's the drama that's going on. And that starts with the doctors making the first choice as to hook them up to that ventilator in the first place. Okay, well, doctors do that not necessarily because they think that's a good choice. It's become part of their list of do's and don'ts. That's their ethics. See, that's where they're always going to make the choice. May not be a good choice, but they're not going to make that hard choice. They're going to make that go to somebody else. And rightly so. They make that go to the family or some other person. They're not going to make that choice. That's unethical for them to do that. So you have all this series of choices and ethics, and his, what was he, Dr. Kevorkian, was he a saint or was he the devil? Was he a good guy or a bad guy? You see, all of this stuff, things that we need to talk about, things that are important, that serves a purpose for that. These are real decisions that we ought to talk about. We have a very big deal about death. Death is like the most horrible thing that can ever happen. Death is a transition. The death of this avatar isn't any more significant than the death of your elf in World of Warcraft. It all works about the same. In World of Warcraft, you have to go to the graveyard where you pick up, your spirit, and you run back and pick up your loot, and then you reinvigorate the body, and poof, your elf is back in the game again. Well, we don't quite do it that way, but it's a very similar process. You say, and you get back in the game again. Death is just a transition from avatar to a different avatar. It's not that big a deal, but we make it a big deal because we have so much fear wrapped around it. One of our, we have, people generally have 2 or 3 basic fears that most people have deeply. One is of death, and the other is of the unknown. So yeah, they're all choices that are good for us. One choice leads to another. It's the same with, if you have a child and your child has, has polio or has autism, okay? Well, there's something there for the child to learn how to deal with that. And there's something there for the parents and for the grandparents and for the aunts and uncles and the neighbors and everybody else that deals with that child and the teachers. They all have things to learn from that. So it is a growing experience. We think, oh, how awful. Well, in a way it is if you don't understand that making those choices is what we're here for. We're not really here to have a good time. But we can have a good time if we make good choices. But some choices are hard, and they're still good choices. But you have to make the good choice. So it's about making choices is the thing, and sometimes the choices are hard. But if we make them well and you make them in love, usually it works out all right. You go on. I got 2 windows right behind you, so it's kind of bright light. But anyway, I see you now.
I like that. Yeah. Tom, just to bring the conversation back to healing and uncertainty, is there any way to tell, in the case of an illness, how much uncertainty is in the illness and make a decision based on if healing will work or not? To put this in a very practical and a concrete way, found out yesterday someone had a tumor for 20 years. It's benign, but it's a slow-growing tumor. They cut it out a couple of times, but it kept coming back. Now it's growing between the lobes, and she's losing mental functions, cognitive abilities, and making her more anxious and distressed. I tried to offer some MBT principles, but I was unsure of how and when there is uncertainty, so healing might be more appropriate.
Yes. Yes, there is a way to tell, and that brings up a real good question of when is healing not appropriate? The opposite question of when healing is appropriate. I guess both questions answer each other. But oftentimes an illness is a part of your path. It's a part of your learning. It's another set of choices that you have to deal with. And it's not something that's good for somebody to take away from you. So if you have an illness and somebody comes healed, and that illness is part of your learning and growth path, and somebody comes up and fixes it for you, well, they just interfered with your own choices, with your own growth path. And then that's not a good thing. That's kind of butting into your own game. You see, and they were thinking they were doing a good thing, but now you're going to have to go off and learn that some other way, which usually will mean another illness or some other kind of thing that you just replace it with. And that's the way, like, that you generally can tell. If you work on a person with your mind and try to heal them, and what you do seems to just not work, you'll take away those black spots and there they are right back. They're very resistant. They're very stubborn. They don't seem to want to cooperate with your work. That's probably because they belong there. And that probably means you should just leave that alone and let it progress, however it progresses. And whether it's for that individual, for the people around them, or whatever, you don't know. But that's a good sign that it is what it is, and it's not yours to butt in. On the other hand, all illness isn't because you need it and deserve it and you've created it. A lot of it is, maybe even most of it is, but not all of it. Sometimes you're just at the wrong place at the wrong time, and you snuff up a bunch of bacteria that just start growing in your body, and they make you ill. Well, that's just kind of a random event. And those are the kind that are easy to heal. When you work on those, it's like, oh, the black stuff goes right away, it stays away, and everything's fine, and then they tend to get better because they don't need it. It's not on their path. It just is something that happened to them. Sometimes you'll find a person that it was on their path, but they learned their lesson already, and now they can get better. They learned their lesson. And you will find that you will get, as you hone your ability to heal, you'll find that, like in that latter case where there's somebody that really needs to be healed, somehow magically you'll be connected to them or they'll be connected to you. It's like you're just kind of brought into the situation just so you can serve now to heal them so that they can get on with their life because they already learned their lesson. So when you have these odd circumstances where somebody just kind of, gets connected to you, often you're supposed to heal them. That's what the connection's there for. And if they weren't supposed to be healed, that connection would have been missed. When you walked in the room, they would have just left before that, you see, because you weren't supposed to heal them. So a lot of that connection is a nudged thing that will happen if it needs to happen. So I would say, give it a try and see how it works. If it doesn't work, if you don't feel comfortable with it, or if it just feels like you're pushing on a string and you're not having any success, then probably you ought to just leave it. But now when you leave it, it doesn't mean you have to give up altogether. What it means is you have to give up with healing that particular thing. You can always give energy that says, feel good, relax, unwind, everything is okay, I love you. You can always say that. Okay, you're no longer working on that illness, but you give them something that makes them more positive, that makes them feel better. So that's always an option. That's never going to bump somebody off their path. That always is helpful if you're positive that way. So you don't know for sure But those cases that resist your efforts are probably the ones to leave alone. You know, sometimes when people first get into it, they'll do something. If it doesn't work, they try harder and try harder and try harder and keep pushing and pushing it. That's generally not a good idea. And if you have an opportunity, it's good to ask. Would you mind me working on you? But sometimes that's hard because the other person would think you were insane or something, so you just don't do it, right? Because it's just doesn't seem to be appropriate in that situation. Then you can just go ahead and do it, but proceed gently, and don't be too pushy. And the last thing is that it's going to be very hard for you to do much damage. Even if there is somebody on a path with an illness and you bump them off of it, they'll find another way. They will find another way. Yeah, I had an experience with that just a few years back, and it's surprising how creative people can get if they really want to die. You know, you can take that away from them, boy, this other thing happens. You take that away from them, this other thing happens. And if you keep taking things away from them, they'll get run over by a bus or something, you know. It will just happen because that's what's in the cards. So you're not going to do but so much damage. You may just put off something for a while. But we do have to be careful not to overrun other people's free will. Yes, you can modify future probability, and yes, you can heal other people with your intent. But do so from a place of love and caring, not from a place of power. If you do so from a place of power, it will be not helpful. And it won't help you grow either. So, answered for you?
Yes, it does.
Next, Keith?
Yeah.
Tom, I have a question. I want to come back to the times we live in and the opportunity you see to make the world a better place and the world we live in, and moving towards love. You're saying you think the approach has to come through the scientist, the high priest, to change the more global perception and understanding for people. I have come to you the scientific way. I'm an engineer, and I think I understand the logic and how the experiments work and how the system works. And I have then experienced it, and I believe that I have the capability to connect to the consciousness. The benefits that I get out of it is happiness, though. And what I struggle with is to talk to friends and other people to get that point across. And if I try to talk to them from the scientific point of view, they roll their eyes and go, "Well, you had smoked something, or I don't know what you're on about." What I have a hard time to see or understand is, I think everybody in all the times wants to be happy, and I struggle to understand the people's not appreciate, not getting the point of trying to be happier in their lives, rather than taking the approach to explain to people, well, if you take this approach, you will be happier and your life will be better, rather than taking the scientific approach and getting the high priests for us to understand better. Why is the question, I suppose, is, do you see the global solution also be possible through communicating the happiness you get out of it?
Yes, that will help. But the reason that the high priests are going to get the ball rolling is because they're going to get to virtual reality sooner or later, and it looks like it's going to be sooner. They're going to make, yea, verily I say unto you, this is a virtual reality, you see. And when the high priests say things like that, it makes a really big difference to, billions of people, all on the same day, all in the same week. 5 billion people change. They have a different attitude toward a bigger picture. So that can be massive. Now, if you tell people, if you just get rid of your fear, you'll be a lot happier. They'll go, yeah, sure, okay. And then they'll forget about it and go do something else, because the nature of fear is that an ego is that your ego always justifies whatever it is you'd like to justify. That's what ego does. So if your ego would like to, or if what you want to justify is, oh, I'm all right, I don't need to do any of that. It's not really going to help me. I don't want to learn to meditate. I don't want to do any of that stuff because I just don't feel like it. Well, then your ego will come along and justify why not doing it is really the better thing. Oh, you don't have time. You knew somebody that did that kind of stuff and they were a goofball, and you just go through all the stuff your ego will justify whatever it is you want to do. Now, the whole reason that you don't want to do it is because you're really afraid of running into your fear. Most people deny their fears. They have them pressed down deep, and you're asking people to go dig that up and deal with it. The average response to that is no way. I'm not going there. I don't want to deal with it. Now, that's not the intellectual response, but down at the being level, that's the being level response. Why would I want to dredge that old stuff up, All right, I'm afraid of dogs. I've always been afraid of dogs, and I've just learned not to go where the dogs are. And if I see a dog, I cross to the other side of the street, and I'm fine with that. I don't want to go dig up that fear, find out why I'm afraid of dogs, and beat it, because that would be uncomfortable. So most people resist that. Most people's egos convince them that they don't need it anyway. They're perfectly fine without it. And besides, it's not really their problem. They're only afraid of dogs because dogs are so vicious. That sort of thing. Everybody knows dogs are vicious. You see, and now they feel better about that. Of course they're afraid. That's a reasonable thing to be, is afraid of dogs, because dogs are really vicious animals. You never know what they're going to do. And they convince themselves of that. That's an ego at work. So that's why that's a hard sell. But yes, I think once people get the idea that it's a bigger reality, then they'll get the idea that, eventually they get to the love is the answer, right? At that point, now it starts to make sense to them. Now they can see some context for it. All right, I'm in this kind of reality where this is a trainer and I'm supposed to get rid of my fear. Well, I don't really want to do that, but everybody else is doing it, so maybe I'll try it too. That sort of thing. Once everybody else is doing it, it's easier to do. When you are doing it kind of out on the margin, it's a lot harder sell. We are herd animals. We do what everybody else does, and we feel safe in that. Doing it by ourselves scares us. So that's why. So yes, that is important. And individually, that's where I find the progress. When I give these talks, the people that I get emails back that makes it worthwhile for me to go around giving these talks is the people whose lives have changed, just for the reasons you say. They're happy now. They've offloaded a lot of fear, and their life is just wonderful. And I know they're making a lot of other people's lives a lot better too, because their life is better. And that's terrific. And that's really where I see most, the activity. But I just know this big event is coming in the next couple of decades, and I'd like for us to be ready to take it. And when that first domino falls, if there's enough people that say, oh yeah, we knew about that, that's consciousness. Help those physicists get around that corner to the consciousness. By that time, actually, the physicists become irrelevant. It doesn't matter. They've already let the genie out of the bag. After that, it's just going to go. And if there's enough people who can steer it in a helpful direction, then we got a great leap forward ahead of us. And if we don't steer it in a helpful direction, who knows where it's going to go? It'll bounce around for a while, and eventually it'll still work. But will it take us a century to get there? I don't know. Yes.
Hi, Tom. I want to ask about my own capacity to love. I keep trying all the time to love better, to love deeper, and I don't know if it's my own insecurity, my own judgmentalness, my own shyness or my own exhaustion that gets in the way. But I feel like I could get better with loving my friends, my family, the people I come across. So I wondered if you had anything to say about that.
Sure. You're struggling with moving the concept of becoming love from the intellect down into the being level. And that's, that's expected. It's a hard thing to do. But each of us has a certain capacity for love. There are some people that have this huge capacity for love, and some that just have a little tiny capacity for love, and some that even hardly have any capacity for love. And of course, that's just relative to how much fear they have. If they're all this much fear, then they don't have as much capacity for love. So, in as much as you have fear, that will limit your capacity to love, because the fear will get in the way. The ego gets in the way. Love is a giving. Love is concerned about other, but love is not second guessing. You see, if you're trying to do it from the intellect, then you're trying to act the part, but maybe you're not feeling the part, and that gets frustrating. So I'd say just work on your fear. Like we talked about before, look for the ego. Do you get upset? Are you stressed? Are you unsure? Or, you don't feel maybe this is the wrong way, or maybe it isn't. You don't like the uncertainty. You want to know for certain that you're doing it right, or that you are optimized or something. You gotta let all that go. That's all just fear. Let the fear go and say, I am who I am. First, get authentic and just be whoever you are. Whether that's beautiful or ugly doesn't matter. Just be that, whatever it is. Be authentic. And then when you're just authentic, then try to let the fear go. But often we get wound up in our heads. There's something that we think we ought to be, and we try real hard to be that. We want to be that so much that we actually get in our way of being it. It's the problem with people doing out of body. They want to go out of body so badly that gets in the way, because they're no longer detached. See, now they've got their ego wrapped around being successful. And they can't do it. If you get your ego wrapped around being loving, you see, that just stops you right in your own way. So instead of in your mind wanting to be loving and that this is what you want to do, that's good to have that, but not to have it so strongly, not to obsess with it, not to have it in the ego, just to have it in an intent, kind of a quiet, gentle intent. I need to get rid of fear. I need to be a more loving person. I'm going to work on this. But not I've really got to do it, and I got to do it now, and am I doing it right? I'm not doing it well enough, and starting criticizing yourself and so on. Now that's your ego getting in your way. So be gentle with yourself. Don't be critical. Just be who you are. And live for 6 months authentic, just being who you are. Loving or not loving, doesn't matter, just be you. And do that for a while. Do that for 6 months. Just you, being exactly how you are, exactly how you feel, express it, let the chips fall where they may. That's a scary thing for most people, being themselves. Very scary thing. But if you can do that, you'll learn a lot. And then you can start saying, now, where would I like to go from here? And then you can start getting rid of the fear. But until you get that authentic person, then it's your ego that's in charge. It's your fear that's in charge. And you're trying to be it by thinking about it. And those two don't work like that. You can't be it by thinking about it. And the more and the harder you think that you want to be it, the harder it is to actually be it. So the intellect will get in the way. Tend to overthink the problem, overfeel the problem. You have the strong desire to be someplace or to be some way, and you're not there yet. And just the frustration of seeing that you want to be here but you're not gets in the way and keeps you from getting there. I know it's a odd thing, but a strong desire to get there is what keeps you from getting there. If that desire is fed by ego. If that desire is not fed by ego, then the desire to get there is good. But you can't let it be fed by ego. How do you know it's ego? Well, because it makes you frustrated, because it's annoying, because you're uncertain. See, all those things are kind of negative things. If you're feeling those negative things, then your ego is getting in the way. Otherwise, if it wasn't your ego, it would be full of joy and happiness and everything would be good. So the fact that it stresses you a little, trying to do it, I'm trying, but I don't seem to get there, that means your ego is getting in the way and blocking you. Let all that go. Say, I don't have to get anywhere. I just have to be myself. Do that. Then work on getting rid of fear. Then notice, without you ever trying, you've become a lot more loving. Your capacity to love just kind of jumps up without you actually trying to make it do that. Let that be a kind of a result that this takes care of itself rather than one that you have to make happen. Let that be something that happens along the way rather than the thing that you're aiming at. Yeah.
Peter.
Thanks, Tom. I have another mentor or friend or whatever you like to call him, who actually wrote a book called Our New Human Consciousness. And it covers to some extent some of the things you've been talking about, and that's partly what brings me here, because it was reading his book and having contact with him that first got me to explore more about consciousness and who am I and why am I here and so forth. So I think that, could you go over again what you said about the change that's coming, because it seems to me to be extremely important. And the way I imagine it at the moment is the change is similar to the change that happened perhaps with Copernicus when he discovered or announced that the sun is the centre of the universe, not the earth. Would you say that the change that we're going to experience is similar, of a similar magnitude to that, except within rather than an external?
Yeah, I'd say we take that, add to that what Galileo did, add to that what Newton did, and then add to that what Einstein and the rest of the quantum physicists did. Sum all that up together and multiply it by 10. That's what I think we're going to see in the near future. I think we're going to see something that makes all the rest of those things just look like little blips. And the reason for that is that we didn't have mass communications then. When these guys came up with their things, 200 years later, the rest of the world found out about it. It was a real slow process of that information coming out, being digested, being understood, argued with, whatever. And it's the same with Newton, the same with the rest of them. It was a slow dissemination of the information. That time's gone. Now with the internet we have, when something big like that hits, bang, hits everywhere at once, suddenly people get it, and when they do, we're all netted. We start feeding off each other. You see, it starts to, talk about a frenzy, talk about what do they call them, a fad. I can remember not that many years ago when people were getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning to line up outside of doors so they could buy Beanie Babies. A Beanie Baby was a little piece of cloth that had beans or styrofoam or something stuck of it, and people would actually get up in the middle of the night and stand so they could get the Beanie Babies before they were all gone. It was a fad. A year later, nobody cared about Beanie Babies, but for a while, that was the most important thing in life. Why? Because we're all connected. You see, that energy travels from mind to mind, and it starts to build excitement. And the reason you need to have one is because your neighbor and the person at work, and they all needed to have one, so you need to have one too. That excitement just travels from consciousness to consciousness, and then you have this fad. Well, when information dribbles out very slowly, you don't get that punch, that oomph behind it. So yes, Copernicus said something groundbreaking. It really tore up all the basic knowledge that people thought about the way the world was, and it was a big thing. But it very, very slowly seeped into the larger awareness of people. And that means over time, over centuries, it had an impact. Just like the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution's been going on now for 250 years. Maybe longer, 300 years. But its impact is really, bigger now, perhaps than it's ever been. It just keeps building and growing and getting more and more pervasive. This thing that I'm talking about is going to change the whole view of people but not change it like in an outside world, like how the world works differently than we thought. It's going to change it on the inside world. We are different than we thought, you know. I'm not this physical being that evolved here that's now out trying to gather stuff for myself. I'm a piece of consciousness. I'm living in a virtual reality. That's real fundamental kind of change, and it's going to happen all over the world very quickly because we live in different times now as far as communication goes. And once these ideas start to move through the population, you'll have the Beanie Baby effect. You'll have the communication of people interacting with people, and it could turn into something really big really fast, which could be tremendous if it doesn't get into a fight about, you know, who's God's the better programmer, which is really a silly kind of fight. But if we devolve into ego and fear junk, then that could be a really big thing too. So it's got, like anything, if it's got big potential on the upside, it's got some pretty sizable potential on the downside too. You know, that's just the way these things are. So there's potential there, and it could go either way. But yeah, I think it'll be a lot bigger than any of those things by a long shot, because we're just in a different space now. It used to be very hard to get a whole lot of people energy going around making a fad. Fads traveled very slowly. They still had fads, you know, hundreds of years ago, but it was a slow thing, and it affected just this region. Now it's worldwide. Now, you know, 1 billion people will get it in a month. It'll spread out to 1 billion people in 1 month. That's pretty dramatic. And when you add we're all netted together going on that, and if people get excited about it, and if it turns into a lot of stuff, that'll build very quickly. And it could get nasty and turn into a mob, or it could be beautiful and turn into a lot of people growing up. But it'll be a big one. Not the small little things that we've seen before. Because what it's tearing up, the beliefs that it's tearing up, aren't beliefs about the outside world. It's a belief about who we are, why we're here, and what's this reality all about. It's really fundamental stuff for people. So, yeah, I think you take all of those, add them together, and multiply by 10. That's what we're going to see. That's what we can see. That's why it's so important to say, hey, guys, let's be thinking about this. You know, let's be making sure that we can turn this in the right direction and not miss this opportunity. So, very hopeful, but we do live in interesting times. Yeah, we're right at the beginning of this transition now that's going on. This transition could drag out for another 50 years. You know, it's hard to say. It could. But at the rate it's been going, it seems to be accelerating. So it may not. It could collapse in, you know, less than 10, or it could drag out for another, 50 or 60 years. It's hard to say, but all of that's still almost now compared to the history. So it's going to be, that's why I say I started this talk, I mentioned that this would be, a big sea state change in humanity. Not just in this part of the world or that part of the world, but humanity in general. And it's coming, and nobody notices. So we need to notice.
When we talk about ourselves being individualized units of consciousness in a virtual reality in a world that's digital, that sounds quite analytical. In taking a spiritual view, do you think it's necessary that we have humility towards a higher power?
Well, yes. When you're on that spiritual path, the humility and knowing that there's something larger than yourself, that just happens. You'll realize that will become obvious to you. The only reason that's not obvious to someone is because their ego is getting in the way of their ability to see that. Their ego and their fear. So yes, it is very analytical, and that's done on purpose. I wrote my books for the left brain people who are stuck in materialism because they can't find a rational path out of materialism. They're stuck there. So it's the engineers and the mathematicians and the physicists and the lawyers and the doctors and all the people that deal every day with logical process. Again, they're the movers and shakers of our society, and they just can't get there because they don't have a logical path to get there. And this gives them some logical path. So I think the logical path is absolutely necessary because there's a lot of people who won't walk a path that isn't logical, that isn't rational. So that's necessary. If you can get there some other way, you've had thousands of opportunities to do that already. But if you have to get there through a logical path, you haven't had opportunities to get there already. Matter of fact, you've gone to the opposite place. There's nothing that's important other than what you can measure. So I think the analytical part is necessary so that a large group of our fellow humans can make the trip. And I don't think we'll get there without them because they're the ones that control all the, the purse strings and the power levers. You're going to stay in the margins if you don't get them involved. We've had little bubbles of enlightenment in the margins forever, and they'll stay in the margins if we can't get that group to come along with us, at least part of the way. So I think that intellectual part's important, but that's only the lead-in. That's just the path. See, once you get on that path and start to think bigger thoughts, the humility, the caring, the love, all of that then just starts to follow. I didn't start on this path years back because I wanted to become love. I started on this path because I wanted to find out. I was a left brain guy that wanted to find out, is this real? Is this not real? And if it's real, how does it work? Why does it work? All left brain stuff, you see. But once I got on that path, like I said before, I found out I'm just this little tiny guy and that this whole universe is this little tiny thing and that my ignorance is this deep and all that stuff then just creates humility if you're paying attention. If you're not paying attention, then you fluff all that stuff off and now you're just in it for the experience. You won't learn much. But once people start learning and growing, that will be infectious. If you just get another 10% of humanity to see a bigger picture, that would affect another 50% of humanity pretty quickly. That's the power of all our connections. So if we just get the ball rolling and get it rolling in the right direction, you'll be surprised how quickly people will grow up in an environment where growing up is the thing to do, where growing up is the fad, if you will. Growing up is where the energy is. People will start growing up in, months where that took decades before. Things can really move quickly once the collective mindset, gets rolling. So, both of those are necessary, but you just turn that corner automatically once you start seeing bigger pictures. The humility and the caring about others just falls out naturally. I don't think it can be avoided. The only way to avoid it is to get to a point where you deny and don't go any further. And that's going to be hard to do if a lot of other people are getting it. So I think eventually the scientists will be drug kicking and screaming into this better, kinder reality, even though they're the ones that are going to nudge the ball as starts it rolling downhill. After it starts rolling downhill, they're going to be jumping up and down and saying, no, I didn't mean to start all this. Everybody sit down and be quiet. But it won't be able to do that anymore. You see, and pretty soon they'll be caught up in it as well. This gentleman right here. Yes.
Earlier you said something I'd like to ask for clarification. You said that without fear we wouldn't have any subconscious. So I'm doing a little bit of dream work and try to practice in lucid dreaming and things like that. And I always have the impression that I'm actually interacting with something intelligent, or there's some sort of an interaction there. But it's not always, or actually quite rarely, based on fear. And I always thought that this is my subconscious part. So if subconscious is actually just fear, with what am I there actually working with or communicating?
Oh, well, in your dream reality, the neat thing about dreams is that you're real. You are the authentic person in your dream. Your head does not, your ego is not driving the dream. The dream is driven, well, I shouldn't say your ego. You can have ego at the being level, you can fear at the being level, but what you do in a dream is you. It's honest, it's authentic. If it's not, then it's a lucid dream. Now your intellect's involved and it's making choices. But if it's not a lucid dream, it's a authentic dream. And the choices you make are the choices that represent who you are. So when you're in a dream world and the things you do, well, our dreams are just another reality frame in which we make choices. That's all. Here's a reality frame that we make choices. Then there's a dream frame. It's another reality frame. We make choices. The bad news is we work all the time. We work all day and we work all night making choices. But that's because they help us grow up. So when you're dreaming, it's you. It's you at the core. You've got fear in there, but you got other things. And as that fear goes away, I'm not saying if the fear goes away, you don't have a being level. You do have a being level. You just don't have fear there. You become your being level, your intellectual level, all's one thing. You're just a whole person. The reason that we block some of it off, here's the part we can't see. This is the subconscious. It's sub because it's not in our intellect. We push that out of our intellect because we don't want to deal with it. It's too much to deal with, so we maybe make some metaphors or something, but we generally keep it out of sight, and that's our subconscious. Things like sex drive and things like, other fears and things that we have kind of bubble up out of there. Anger sometimes bubbles up out of people, just get angry and they're not quite sure why. You see, we have that stuff we carry around, but that's ours. And we're unaware of it because our ego doesn't want to deal with it. Well, when we get rid of that ego and that fear, and we've dealt with it, then that's gone. So now all of you is visible, if you will. None of it's hidden. And when that's the case, you're a totally different person than you are now. So dreams are good, they're real, they're helpful, and the choices you make are just as valuable as the choices you make here. It's not a sub-reality or a lesser reality in any way. It's just a different reality. And it's particularly good. Why would the system arrange us to have this dream reality? Well, in a dream, you can do things and make choices that you just couldn't do here. If you had that same situation here, there would be terrible consequences. There, in a dream reality, there's no terrible consequences. No matter what's happening, you always wake up and you're back in this world and go on with your life. Whereas here, that wouldn't be the case. So it's a nice place where you can kind of step out, get out of the box, do some things that are more outrageous or more, heavy duty, deal with things, and don't have to take the consequences with you. You just learn from the choices. So it's a really neat reality to get into and to work with. And if you don't have many dreams or you can't remember your dreams, just focus on them. Have an intent to remember them. Start a little dream log. Just take your focus and put your intent on it, and suddenly you'll start coming up, because what you put your intent on manifests. And then you'll start having your dreams and you'll remember them. So I don't know if I answered your question quite right, but hopefully I did. Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Tom, here I could ask heaps of questions. But are we like the same old gang that's been playing this game since it started? Are we like same old consciousness that's been coming here since this game began? I heard you speak about our genesis or our theology once in an interview on YouTube. You kind of talked about it. Is that why it's exciting times now? Is this like
No, it's exciting times now because it's a confluence of a whole lot of things are coming together at one time. And we finally gotten to the point where we have the internet to pull us together so information travels fast, which means you can develop a need for Beanie Babies, but you can also develop a need for substance. For growing up, for seeing a bigger picture, can also travel just as fast. And we have the high priests that are going to nudge this ball quite unintentionally and start it rolling. They don't really mean to get a big ball rolling and create this thing. They just, if they knew they were going to do that, they probably wouldn't. They'd probably try to avoid it. But they don't know that. And once they kind of get this, it's like the big snowball right at the top of the hill. Once you get that thing rolling, it starts picking up speed and it goes its own way. It's no longer in their control. So after they get it pushed off, they almost are irrelevant to the process. It's going to get a life of its own and go. But we need them to kick it off because that's what will make the initial thing so credible. So yeah, the genealogy is no, we're not all the same because there's 7.5 billion of us now, and back at the beginning there was not nearly so many. So obviously there's a whole lot more individuated units of consciousness engaged now than were ever engaged before. The way the thing works is that in the beginning you have this simulation that just starts with the Big Bang, right? And it evolves. Eventually you get a place like Earth and critters and things on it. All the players are being played, all the avatars are being played by the larger conscious system to begin with. Everything, the amoebas, I don't know if amoebas are conscious or not, but the little animals, everything is being played by the larger conscious system. Well, eventually it produces things that make interesting choices. Does a monkey make interesting choices? Sure. Does a cat make interesting choices? Yeah, probably. Do dinosaurs make interesting choices? Probably not so much. So anyway, as interesting choices came about, then consciousness could log on and play those choices. But as it evolves, then we get the people. Do people make interesting choices that could affect quality of consciousness? Oh yeah, more than anybody. Dolphins and whales may have bigger brains than we do, but they don't make as many choices. You see, they live in an environment that doesn't have as many and as rich and as interactive and affects the whole world kind of choices. Sure, they make choices, but it isn't until we got our opposable thumbs and our engineering skills and, all the rest of the things that we could do, our nuclear weapons, you see, we've got choices that can really make a big difference. We humans are kind of the masters of design and building and choice making. So then it got to be a much bigger draw for consciousness to come in and play us because we make good avatars. And as you get a consciousness to log on and take over the choice making, then the larger conscious system can drop out. The system doesn't have to play that. Before, it was, what do we call those, NPCs, non-player characters, right? It's the character that the computer plays. Well, that's what we all were. I mean, all the things, critters, whatever they were all NPCs. And that get less and less and less as there's more and more choice makers here that actually make the kind of choices that help consciousness grow up. So that's kind of how that works. Now, are there any NPCs walking around? Sure, there's probably NPCs that make bit parts. Sometimes a being will just appear, have a bit roll, and leave. An NPC. Sometimes. You see, some little girl falls into a pit and can't get out. She's down there for 2 days, and the guy walks up, passes down a ladder or finds a big stick or something and gets her out and puts her up, and she sees her house over there or wherever it is she belongs. And when they say, well, what happened? He said, well, how'd you get out? Oh, this man helped me out. Where? Who? What? She says, I don't know. He disappeared. You see, that could just be an NPC bit player that came in to play a role. This is a virtual reality. See? This is a virtual reality. So, yes, there may be cameo roles like that for NPCs, just where the system says that that wouldn't be a good thing. In general, the system would be a negative thing for that little girl just to pass away in the bottom of a pit. So, it fixes that problem. But it only does so in the margins where there's plausible deniability. You say, if there's uncertainty associated with what actually happened, then it can assert itself. If there isn't, it just has to let things play out the way they do. So it's an interesting system that we're in. So there are probably NPCs come and go from time to time. But you wouldn't know. I mean, after all, what are we? We're pieces of the larger consciousness system, right? Well, what's the difference between us playing a part and the larger consciousness system playing a part? It's smarter than we are, you know. I don't know there's no real big difference. I mean, you say, oh, that's an NPC, that's different than us. Not necessarily. It's not all that much different. It's just who's making the choices. So, you're smiling. Does that mean I just twisted your brain into another pretzel shape?
It's a pretty weird world, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, who has Sue?
Question. You were talking about us being little, very little. I remember doing Astronomy 101 with Professor Piatek, who used to work on the big telescopes. And he told me, don't worry about cleaning the earth. We're just, all the plastic bags that you pick up doesn't mean anything. If the earth hiccups, we die. And that's the end of us. So the earth is going to carry on developing, whether we do the cleaning or whatever. That actually upset me a lot. But anyway, and then you look at the bigger picture, and we are carbon-based human beings. The sun, if the sun doesn't shine, we don't exist.
Mm-hmm. So
we are being very, what's the word? Anthropomorphic with how we're talking.
Mm-hmm.
And everything seems to revolve, even with the humility thing. We talk about us getting consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
How high does that go? You talk about metaphors. Like we live on the earth. The earth is a bigger being than us. And now they're finding that they have discovered more planets that are like Earth. Now, is there in the virtual reality that we're in a higher level, like Earth, Mother Earth beings that are also in this play that we're not part of? We thinking that we are being intelligent and we are interesting, we make choices. Does the earth make choices? Does the sun make choices? There are teachings out there that tell us that they are also conscious beings.
Okay, yeah. There are, it's not like most people think. It's not, we talk about Gaia, Mother Earth, as a conscious entity. I define consciousness as the ability to make choices, free will choices. Okay? Does the earth make free will choices? Or does the earth just follow the rule set? See, there's a rule set, and the rule set, gravitation, means that the earth travels the orbit around the sun. The motion of the earth is set by the rule set. And the tilt of the earth sets the seasons. And the kind of weather that we have, that sort of thing. So much of that is just according to the rule set. On the other hand, everything here, everything we see is part of this virtual reality. So it's a virtual earth. and a virtual sun, and virtual stars. Okay, it's all part of what's computed. Now, is the Earth making choices, and because of those choices, evolving its consciousness? I don't think that's an apt metaphor. But can the Earth react to our choices? Well, of course it does, because everything is tied together. You know, we're all connected, and the environment connects us as well. So if we do things that are really foolish enough, like global warming or something, if we melt all the ice and raise sea levels 20 feet, something like that happens, then obviously that affects the Earth and a whole lot of things on it. The Earth will be different then. Is that its choice? I don't think so. I think we think of the Earth as being alive in the sense that it's interactive with us. The things that happen to the Earth affect us. The things that we do affect it. That's kind of the web of life that you get in ecology. You know, I think of the movie Avatar, apt name movie, right? Where everything was connected. All the trees, the people, the animals, everything was connected and interactive. And it was all connected by information, but it was all connected. So when you're all part of a web that's all codependent on each other, then I think that's where we get the idea that the Earth is alive, because it's part of this whole thing, this whole living thing. And you can back it out to that point. But then once we then subscribe choice making, and it's alive like we're alive, that it's making choices out of a specific set, then I think that's probably not an appropriate metaphor. I think the metaphor has to be that the living Earth is living because it's part of everything here. It's interactive with us. It's interactive with all the living things. It gives us the sustenance we need to survive. That's why it's Mother Earth. He gives us the water and the air and the things that are required for us to live here. It mothers us in that way. But I don't give it a separate choice-making consciousness, nor would I with the sun or other things. They basically just obey the rule set. When there's enough pressure, you see in a fault line, you'll get an earthquake. Now, if that earthquake would help people grow up, could the larger conscious system kind of hurry that up and tweak up a little earthquake? Sure. If that were a problem, if that earthquake were occurring at a really bad time, just when people were starting to get it, would it maybe tone that down? Sure. Why? Because there's a lot of uncertainty around earthquakes, and things can be tweaked inside the uncertainty. So is sometime the Earth do things that are intelligently managed, that represent intelligent choices? Yes, of course. But then I'd say that's the larger consciousness system. This is just a virtual Earth. And in a virtual Earth, the computer can compute it kind of any way it wants. Now, there is a rule set. The rule set says, okay, the pressure is high enough that it's liable to spout up a volcano or break a fault line. But maybe not. So if it's a bad time or a good time, you see the system can manipulate that. So in that way, the Earth can do things kind of intelligently in concert with us for our own growth. That would just be the system manipulating the environment to give us a better learning place. And a big earthquake may be quite an education. Kind of depends on where we are. If we all descend into my God's a better programmer than yours, and it gets really mean-spirited around here for a while, an earthquake may be just what we need. See? And then we might say that, well, that was Mother Earth because she was not happy with all of our petty meanness. Well, that's the larger consciousness system that decided that would shake things up a little bit and stop people from being so petty when they had something really serious to have to deal with, you see. So there are things that the Earth can do, and it's the same with the sun. When those big firestorms come by on the sun and you have the large corona stuff, and that sends out all these microwaves that does a thing, could that be done on purpose? Sure, but again, it's the larger conscious system. It's a virtual sun. It's just a computed sun. It's part of the rule set, which takes us to the anthropic principle that you mentioned. An anthropic principle says that the reason it's anthropic because it puts us at the center. We humans are really at the center of reality is what the anyway, you know what I mean. Yeah, that is because the scientists find that our reality is finely tuned. Our rule set is finely tuned. So that if you changed a constant, even in its 8th or 9th decimal place, just by one little digit, the Earth wouldn't, our universe wouldn't be stable. Everything would go away. It wouldn't even be here. We'd just be dust. So for it all to hang together, the rule set has to be very, very specific rules. Well, and they say that means that it was built just for us. Well, that's backwards thinking. It wasn't built just for us. It was built to produce a stable simulation and see how it evolved. It evolved because of the rule set and how it evolved. It evolved the way it evolved. The fact that we're here is because we evolved out of the simulation. And as far as the conscious system went, that was good because now it had avatars that consciousness could practice growing up with. That was good. But the reason that the rule set is very, very precise is because I'm sure this larger conscious system, said, take one, simulation, Big Bang, and it would run it, and, a million years down, it all fizzled out and went away. Suns exploded, the whole thing didn't work. Oh, well, okay, that gravity was just a little too much. Pulled things, let's tweak that down a little bit. All right, Big Bang. Roll 2. And it probably did that a few 100,000 times until it finally perfected a rule set down to the 10th digit of something that would be stable enough to allow good choice-making avatars to evolve. Okay, so that's why we have this anthropic principle, that we have all this precise detail that just makes this universe hang together. It's because it evolved that way. So even the rule set evolved. Everything evolves. It's evolution. It's not that you have some brilliant system that says, I know all the numbers to 20 decimal places and we'll do it like that. It just evolved. You keep trying it and see if it'll work. And you tweak it and try it. And if you want to do that faster, you'll make a copy and then paste it 1,000 times. And now you can tweak all 1,000 of them at the same time and see how they work until you get some that work. And then the things that work, you keep. The things that don't, you throw out. That's evolution. So the system did that until it created a system, until it created a stable enough system to serve its needs. So that's why we have the anthropic principle. So yes, we can find that things happen on the earth in response to us and our mindset because we're here. And if us all having a huge earthquake is good for us, then it might just happen whether there's not a lot of pressure or not. And if it was like a really bad time, people are just starting to get it together, they don't need this earthquake right now, it could disappear whether there was that much pressure or not, because it's a virtual earth and a virtual sun and virtual stars. And that brings up one other thing, and that is that there's a thing called the Fermi paradox. If you've heard of the Fermi paradox, the Fermi paradox says that our Earth is not part of the old universe. It's not really part of the newest part of the universe. We're somewhere, about maybe halfway, somewhere in the middle of the beginning of the universe, and to where it is now, the newest part of the universe, our sun. The age of our sun, the age of the suns in the Milky Way. This chunk of our universe has an age. Some of it's older than others. Well, we're kind of in the middle, maybe not quite 2/3 down along that line. But there's some that have been around for billions of years, longer than we have, you see. Well, if life emerged on those places like it did here, they'd be billion years ahead of us in evolution. Well, where do you think we're going to be in a billion years from now? You can't even imagine where we're going to be in a billion years from now. You imagine how much technology we've seen in the last 50 years, the last 100 years, and say 1 billion, and it accelerates as it goes. Can you imagine that? So the point is that if we're not in the early part of the universe, then those that are or were in that part that evolved sort of like we did, well, they should be here. Even if they can't go faster than the speed of light, because they would have colonized, and, colonies would have spread just like it did here on our planet. People moved around and they kept spreading out. So even at a leisurely rate of growing up, getting technology, and populating the universe, people would have been here by now. You see? It's like, where are they? And that was Fermi, a very good scientist, worked in various roles, but quantum mechanics, mostly in atomic physics. And he and his friends were sitting around at lunchtime when that was brought up. So Fermi thought about it a little bit and did the calculations in his head and said, well, where are they? Logic says they should be here from the older part of the universe. And people that tried to discount that actually couldn't, because his argument was very sound logically. Whatever assumptions you make, even if you're being very generous in your assumptions, people should have been here by now. Actually, they should have been here 100 million years ago. It's like, where are they? And the answer to that is, yes, this seems to be a big universe, and there's trillions of suns, and those suns no doubt have some planets, and no doubt some of those planets are friendly like ours, no doubt. Some of them are friendly to other things that aren't like us at all, perhaps, you see. And all of that, the probability of other life being in this huge universe is very high, because even if it only happens once in a million, well, it's millions and millions and millions and millions of stars, so it's like very likely that it's happened. Except this is a virtual reality. In a virtual reality, the whole reality is only generated out of the minds of the players, right? There is no reality except of the minds of the players. If there are no players logged on to World of Warcraft, what's going on there? Nothing. What's being created? Are the trees still being, made and sent where? If nobody's logged on, the server's not doing anything. It's shut down. It's just sitting there idle. It's not computing anything. If there's no players, there's no reality being generated. When a player logs on, they start sending that player data, you see? And they're only sending him the data that he's looking at. If he looks here, they send him the data of what's there. He looks over here, they send him that data, and they quit sending him this data because he's now looking over there. So you just get the data that your sensory stuff needs, and that's it. So when there's nobody playing the game, the computer's turned off, if you will. It doesn't have anything to do. No reality. Reality's created in the minds of the players. All right, now, so here's a reality. And there was individuated units of consciousness that needed a place to play, to grow up. Okay, so here it is, Big Bang, digital bang, let it evolve. But it could be that this is all there is, just us sitting here on this planet. There may not be anything else out there. Well, it's kind of crazy, right? All those things, why would it do all? It's not doing all those things. If there's no player looking at it, it's not being computed. So we take our big telescopes and we look out there and we say, wow, look at all that stuff. As soon as we move that telescope someplace else, that's not being computed anymore. It's a virtual reality. It's not like it has to compute all that stuff all the time. It only computes what some player is looking at. Right? So when there's nobody with a big telescope looking, then none of that's computed. So it's not like there's this big waste of all of these suns and all of these planets, and it has to generate all this stuff all the time, and we're the only one here. Well, that's stupid, right? Well, it's not stupid. The whole game could be just about us being here. 7.5 billion individuated units of consciousness down here interacting with each other. See? And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's all the units of consciousness the system needs interacting in its evolution, you see? And all the rest of it is just lights in the sky. Okay, we look up at the sky at night on a dark night, each one of those lights is what, 1 bit? Well, it's not a lot to compute. And the ones you can't see are no bits. In the daytime, no bits for, half the planet. And when the people are sleeping, no bits are computed. And somebody looks up, oh, there's a bunch of little lights in the sky. Okay. They get a satellite and they go travel around, and then you get different lights in the sky. Big telescope, they take the probe and they run it out past Venus or something, then there's more things that they can see. But that's just data. And when it's not looking or it's looking someplace else, it's not computed. You see, it's computed just in time. You only compute what somebody's looking at. So we can have this huge universe sort of that we imagine is out there that doesn't take much computer to run all that. All it takes is a few bits to put lights in the sky. It's cheap. Almost no resources at all. No more real resources than a planetarium that puts them all up on a curved ceiling, No more resources than that. So it's possible that we're it. And that's why Fermi's proposition about where are they is there isn't anybody else. We're here all by ourselves learning this because this is the entropy reduction trainer. And no need for other entropy reduction trainers than this one as far as in this one goes. Now, I've been to other reality systems that are physical, like this one, other physical universes. You see? But that could be just, let's say, they need double 7.5 billion, so there's another virtual reality someplace. It's a little different. Rule sets are similar because it's hard to get a stable rule set, but they evolve differently. So you've got a different game going on over there, and maybe 100 of those different games going on, and each one of them is made just for that game. You see? So yes, there are bunches of physical universes, but it doesn't mean that all the possibilities within the universe are populated or even ever computed. It wouldn't have to be. So that's an answer to Fermi's paradox. Maybe we are alone. It only doesn't make sense if you're a materialist and think all that material stuff's out there all the time because material stuff is basic and fundamental and real. If you realize all that stuff isn't there, isn't anybody viewing it. Now, maybe there are little people someplace else viewing it, and then that part's real, and all the rest of it isn't. How many seats does this game need, right? How many people can play World of Warcraft at the same time? Right now, you got a computer throughput problem. Well, how many seats do you need? How many individuated units of consciousness are waiting in line to log in, you see? Well, it's easier to take a universe like this that's made just for us, copy, paste, got another universe, another 7.5 billion people can log on over there. You see? It's just a copy and a paste. Simple. See, that's an easy thing to do. Probably a lot easier than having, than different things evolving all over and that kind of stuff. And maybe this little planet, why the biologists can't find that first cell that we all evolved from is because that may have been a given. That may be a little touch from the larger conscious system to help kick this evolution off, get it started. So you see, there's all different viewpoints that come from this idea. Now, I'm not saying that necessarily that's the way it is. I'm just saying that's possible. It's also possible that there are other peoples, other places, and for some reason they went the other way. They didn't come this direction, but Fermi had a really good point. If they were there and they come out of the older universe, they've had plenty of time to even one little planet at a time at a very low velocity to get here, because we're talking about billions of years that we would be behind. So, interesting big picture ideas, aren't they?
Hi, Tom. Thanks for coming out to New Zealand, first of all. I really appreciate it. I'm sure we all do. I've been following your work for about, 4 or 5 years now, and I've noticed you're super consistent. And in fact, I've heard a lot of these questions before, and I've heard a lot of your answers before. And it kind of got me thinking, is there anything about life or existence that baffles you that you're finding difficult to understand?
Well, yeah, that's a good question. My understanding has grown and probably continues to grow, all the time. When I first wrote My Big Toe, I wrote it to be a theory of consciousness. It wasn't until it had been out for a couple of years that I realized it also was a theory of physics and relativity and quantum mechanics, that it answered all those questions, that it was not only about metaphysics and consciousness, it was better science. So those are things I learned along the way. And it's constantly kind of getting bigger. But there is some things that, of course, I don't know. And one of them, of course, is the origin story. Just like the biologists really don't know where that first cell came from. You give them that first cell as a given, well, they'll tell you how everything else evolved from it. They can tell you the logical process that takes you to where we are today. But they can't give you a logical process of where that cell started and why it started and where it came from. Well, I'm in a similar position with consciousness. One of my theories are based on two assumptions. Consciousness exists and that consciousness evolves. Evolution exists. Okay, you have to start with consciousness. It'd be real nice if you didn't have to start with consciousness, if you could derive consciousness rather than assuming consciousness. Because even though I assume it as something so dim, such a dim consciousness, I only knew that it could be in one of two states. That's the kind of the cell, the original cell. I have to start there, and it's not because I just haven't figured it out yet. I think it's because that can't be figured out because we are consciousness. You can't get out of the system to look back at yourself. Nobody has watched themselves be born, in a physical kind of sense, because you haven't been born yet. There's things like that you can't do because it reverses causality. You have to have the end before the cause that made the end, and logically that's impossible. So we can't get out of consciousness to look back at consciousness as something else that then we can see where it came from. We don't have that viewpoint. So I think we're kind of stuck with that. And yes, I'd like to know, where did consciousness come from? Where did you end up with that little thing that could tell that it could be in one state or another? Just like the biologist, where did that first cell come from? So that's something that I'd really like to know. But I think it's not a matter of don't have all the knowledge and we'll get it later. I think it's just we won't get there. We're never going to know that because I can get all over the consciousness system, but I can't get outside of the consciousness system because I'm consciousness. Outside of the consciousness system, I'm not defined as anything. I'm undefined. What is consciousness when it's not consciousness? Sounds like a Zen cone or something, doesn't it? See, it's undefined. It isn't anything we can go. So that would be about the only thing. Other than that, once I realized that this was also better physics, I started looking for all the things that were labeled as paradoxes, things that we just don't know, that we'd like to know. Why does this happen this way? And so far, all the paradoxes have fallen out with obvious answers once you have a virtual reality perspective. And I got a list of them. There's like 20 or 30 of them. A lot of them are out of physics. Paradoxes like the double slit, but there's a whole lot more of them than that. There's tunneling, and there's lots of other things in sciences that are this doesn't make sense. So it's a paradox. That's what you call something that you just don't understand. It doesn't make sense. And so far, every paradox that I've come to, if you have a good understanding of virtual reality and consciousness, it just unfolds. It's just obvious. It's logical. Couldn't be any other way. So I haven't yet run across the one that stumps me.
I think that's it. Yeah. What is consciousness when it's not conscious?
Yeah. So I think and that's what gives me some sense that the theory is probably right, or at least mostly right, is because it seems to cross through all the data points. I haven't found a data point that says, all right, here's a fact, and I can't explain that fact. That fact is outside of what my theory can do. I haven't found that fact yet, but I've been looking for it, but I haven't yet found that. So far, everything will become understandable with this viewpoint. That makes me feel better, because you see, when I say be skeptical, the thing you have to be most skeptical of is yourself. Always be skeptical of yourself. So do I believe all the stuff I'm telling you? No, I don't believe it. Mostly I know it from my experience, or I think it's probably just the most likely and the best answer that I can come up with. It's the most rational answer I can come up with. I don't believe it, so I always stay open and skeptical to the point of new information, could change things. But as of yet, I haven't found any data point that was a fact that I couldn't explain. So I'm looking though. Maybe I'll bump up against one of those some days. And, theories have to be living things. When a long time ago, back in Newton's day, they thought theories were dead things. You had a theory. Once you had it figured out, you're done. They called them laws. That's why you have Newton's laws. Well, of course, Newton's laws turned out to be wrong. They're not laws at all. Relativity reduced classical mechanics, classical physics, to where, okay, it's still good physics, but it only works in this area. Things aren't too fast and they're not too small, then Newton's laws work pretty good. But they're not laws. They just fit in a certain pile, That's all they do. But at least they believed in laws. They believed that these were immutable laws that would apply to everything forever. And then after all those things we thought that were laws turned out not to be right, physicists figured they weren't going to call anything laws anymore because it always made them look foolish when it found out that they weren't. So then we started calling everything theory. It's the theory of relativity. It's the theory of quantum mechanics. And when you have these theories, they're open-ended. So in the scientist's mind, a theory isn't just something you make up. It's got a lot of facts behind it, but because you can't know everything, you keep open the possibility that new stuff will come in and it'll change it. So that's the way mine is too. It's not something to believe. It's something to test. It's something to study and to see whether or not it fits your experience. If it fits your experience, then it's useful to you. If it doesn't fit your experience, throw it away. It's not useful to you. So no, I haven't really found anything that it doesn't apply to yet, but there may be those things out there, and I'd like to find them. I find them a challenge. And what a theory does is if it finds something that it can't explain, then the theory has to expand and get bigger and more general, or the theory can be thrown out and a better theory can replace it that's more general and will explain everything the old one did plus more things. So I'm open to that anyway. It has to be always open-ended. So no, this is not the last word. It's not the first word, not the last word. It's just a model of reality existing. And don't confuse the model of reality, which is what I'm telling you, with reality. Because those are two different things. Reality is something we really don't know much about. It's like you can't, all you get's data. You get a data stream. You never get the source of the data stream. So the source of the data stream, those other entities out there, that larger constant system, those are all metaphors. Because we know we get data. We get a lot of data from all sorts of sources, all sorts of data streams. I've been there and done that, and I know there's lots of data streams with different reality frames to them, but the source, you see, you make that up. You call that a model. You model it like this because it makes sense. And if it didn't, if it doesn't make sense, if it isn't logical, if it isn't rational, then it's a bad model. But it's just a model. Reality is really untouchable. But you can make models of it. It's just you should always be aware that you made a model and not get confused and think that what you have made is it. You see, scientists fall into that problem all the time. They make models. Particles are models. The world works as if we had particles, but the particle is just something somebody made up. It's a model to address the effects that were measured. You only measure effects, just like you only get the data. You don't get the source of the data. You only measure the effects of a particle, never the particle itself. So here's the effects of an electron. We put it in a magnetic field and it moves it around because, oh, it must have charge. And we can move it at faster, slower velocities. It has momentum. Oh, it must have mass. You see? So then we make up in our mind a model of a thing that must have charge and must have mass and say it's a little chunk of mass with charge. And then we find out we can't get any right answers with that because it's really a point with the attributes of mass and charge, you see. So we make up models of things and then we believe that the model is the thing itself. And scientists are infamous for making that mistake, not realizing that they've just made up a model. It's as if there was a little chunk of mass with charge. See? So that's where they have gone wrong. All of these particles that they talk about are all just inventions. They're all models. None of them actually exist. They're all just little probability resonances. They're not really particles at all. But if you're a materialist, you've got to have particles because that's what you believe in. So you make them up, believe in them. So there's a lot of things going on in our reality that are not at all like we think they are. And physicists of all people should know better. They ought to know the difference between a model they make up and the real thing. But somebody makes up the model, and they call it a model, and they know it's a model, and 50 years later it's a fact, and that's the way it is. And then 50 years after that, they realize the fact doesn't work anymore. It's a wrong fact. So then they make up some other model, rather than admit that they really don't know, but it looks like it's a point with attributes. See? So physicists have kind of worked themselves in whole that way by demanding that their world be materialistic. And why did they want to demand it was materialistic? Because when it wasn't materialistic, that's when the clerical priests were the high priests, and the scientists all were given a really hard time. And they don't want to go back there to that. That's why they cringe when they think about virtual reality. You see, that's taking them back to the bad old days when those clerical priests had their jobs and they were being tied to stakes and set on fire, for disagreeing with the high priests. So that's part of the problem why they drag their feet. Okay, one more question?
Okay, Tom, with the climate that we're in right now with the racial tension that's happening in the States and everywhere else, well, I mean, obviously with the States having it, the rest of the world feels it too. How do you find that the collective consciousness is, which way is that going towards, and what's the feeling on that for yourself?
Okay, well, it's a very, it's a more complicated issue, but the way I see it, and the comment on the politics of today and things that are happening, particularly in my own country, is that, like I said earlier, stuff happens and we get to deal with it. We deal with it with as much grace and caring as we can, and that's really what it's about. We'll learn from it. Because if things get really, really bad and nasty and unpleasant, that's a lesson. Sometimes you have to get hit right between the eyes with a 2x4 before you wake up and realize, geez, these were really bad decisions that we made. And without the pain, you don't get there. That bad decisions just sit there and fester and fester and fester, and sometimes it takes some pain before you realize the problem. So in the big picture view, I say it's part of the learning process. Okay? And it reflects us. It reflects us, our culture. We don't, that didn't happen without people, representing that behavior. That's a behavior that is endemic. And because of that, that's what we got. Well, we deserve it. You see, we deserve that. That's who we are. That's what we are. And we deserve whatever that turns out to be for us. Whatever that generates, you deserve that too. Now, you might think that, well, other people necessarily don't deserve that, and You may take a lot of other people with you, you know. It's like, say, well, I don't deserve it personally, you know. I'm not like that, but I'm part of that whole, and we're all part of the same world. We all are infected by a lot of the same stuff. It's that big industrial revolution culture that's shallow and tends to be narrow-minded and self-centered and arrogant. That's the culture we're in. That's the culture most of us are in. East, west, north, south, we're basically all overwhelmed by that same industrial culture, that same attitude. Well, you know, this is what we create. We create it, and we have to own it, because we created it. So yeah, there it is. That's us. We did it. And now we have to deal with it, see where it goes. And hopefully there will be some lessons in there. Hopefully we won't have to endure but so much pain before we figure out that it was a bad idea. But you never know. You know, you never know where that might end. It could go very wrong, and it could be 50 years before we recover from it. Or maybe we never recover from it. Well, if it is, that's the way it is. That's life. That's another lesson, right? A little island up in the North Atlantic used to own and run, you know, probably, 30, 40% of the world, right? Colonial days. Yeah, well, there was a lesson in there. That did often come back and bite them. They eventually, after, being bitten enough, got out. You learn from those kinds of things. So, I see it in the big picture like that. It's kind of sad when you think of the alternatives that could have been had, and we picked that alternative, but it's what we deserve because that's who we are. And we'll see what happens. I hope the education is swift and doesn't drag us but so deep, but whatever it is, and we'll just do the best we can with it. So that's the way I see it. A negative attitude like, oh no, that's horrible, now what are we going to do? That just feeds it. The negative attitude just feeds it. You need a positive attitude. And the positive attitude basically takes the wind out of its sails. It's the negative attitude that feeds it. So we had negative attitudes on all sides. Everybody was very big into calling everybody else names. It was nastiness all around. There was very little positive attitudes in any of it. So it's not a wonder that it ended up badly. Negative attitudes help create negative events, negative manifestations. Fear creates negative manifestations. And the fear level in my country has never been higher. Fear is everywhere. Just think, I'm 72, so I remember back in the 50s, when I was 5 or 6 years old, I had to run the whole neighborhood. I'd get on a bicycle, and my only rule was come back before dinner, And I could go any place, do anything, hang out with anybody. I could pedal 10, 15, 20 miles and back, and it was all fine. Nobody even took the keys out of their car. You get out of your car, you leave the keys because, otherwise you'd set them down and leave them someplace, so you just leave the keys in the car. Nobody locked their houses. Houses were just left unlocked. It was easier than having to search for them, just leave the door open all the time. There weren't any problems. Nobody was particularly worried about people breaking in, stealing their stuff, taking their children, Now, it's just the opposite. The fear is up to here. Everybody's terrified by almost everything. Well, when you have that much fear, you're going to create some nasty stuff you're going to create. So that's what we've created. And that level of fear, I think, was intentionally drummed up. It was intentionally created. The boogeyman is coming, the terrorists are coming, everybody run and hide. It was that sort of thing went on. Oh, we're on red alert, now just orange alert. Oh no, back to red. And we did this to develop fear. Look at our literature, look at our movies. It's all about violence. Everything's about violence. It's all about fear. So the fear over the last 30, 40 years has just constantly been pumped up and pumped up and pumped up. Why? Fear is a handle on your back. Anybody can reach out and grab hold of that fear handle and make you dance any dance they want you to make. Fear is a way that you can control other people. If people are afraid and you know about their fear, you can have them do anything you want. You can have them vote the way you want. You can have them give you their money any way you want. You can have them do all sorts of things. Fear is how we control people. You know, you watch an advertisement. The advertisement is trying to frighten you so that you'll give them your money. Oh, buy this, if you buy this drug, you'll be happy. And if you don't, you're going to be miserable. If you buy this beer, everybody will love you. If you buy some other beer, everybody will hate you. And we just constantly feed people's inadequacy, their feeling of being insecure. We just feed that and feed it and feed it, and it makes people more insecure and more insecure. And now we're easily manipulated with propaganda because there's so much fear in the world. 50 years back, the kind of things they're saying now, people would have laughed at. Now everything is very serious. So, the same thing happened, back in the late 50s with the McCarthy era and the communists. The commies are coming. And they kept working that one for a while before, they got some hysteria going on, and that was so they could manipulate people. It's the same. The system works that way. The legal system works that way. Try to frighten people. You go watch a movie, and the first thing that comes on is if, it's illegal to copy this movie, and if you do, we will catch you, and that kind of thing. That's the first thing. It's want to scare people before they even see the movie. Frighten them so that they won't copy your movie. It's not copying other people's products is not nice. It's unethical. No, we don't say that, We say it's illegal and, you'll be sorry if we catch you doing it. It's all fear-based. The law is fear-based. The justice is fear-based. The commercial, the advertising is fear-based. The religion is fear-based. The politics is fear-based. So easy to be controlled when you're full of fear. So that's just where we are. So that's why I say we deserve it. You see, we've done this to ourselves. We've created it, and now we have to live with it and see where it goes. And the thing that's hopeful is that there's a lesson that will be learned.